like he with Florida, where if he was on, Kurt Schilling used to say that nobody had better stuff in the game than A.J. Burnett. Like, if he was on, good luck. And I always felt Eovaldi had a similar style. Great fastball, really good off-speed stuff. If he could control it, if he could stay healthy, he is a badass pickup. And he has been. Been tremendous.
5th straight start of at least 7 innings. He threw 71 of 104 for strikes. He threw 113 against the Yankees. And Bruce Bochy said, look, right now it's just efficiency. Didn't have a stressful inning, gave up 1 run. Besides that, pretty easy work for him. So the Rangers have won 4 of 5. They lost the opener, and we gained a game finally on the armpit. The Astros lost. So the Rangers are up 2 games on Houston, 4 games on the Angels, 6 games on Seattle. This game was kind of crazy early on in that first inning. Marcus Semien with the triple that got lost in center field. I don't know whether that was the sun or whether that was just a misjudgment.
I think he just misplayed it. I honestly do. I think he just misplayed that ball. And then, Semien, I thought he was going to get inside the park home run. You had a balk thrown in there. You had a pickoff, all in that first inning.
You got a base advancement from Seager with the Adolis pop out, like down the first baseline. I was telling Corey, take your time when he beat out that play at first base. I was like, easy. It looked like he was kind of cruising a little bit. He was able to beat it out. But, yeah, you had 2 balks, as a matter of fact. You had a balk later on in this game. Marcus with the triple. Josh Young adding a home run late. Dominant victory.
I didn't care for that one balk where they said that he didn't come to a complete stop. I thought he was stopped. I thought he came to a complete stop on that. I didn't care for that balk call, but this is what you're supposed to do against bad teams. Bad teams are going to make mistakes like they did in the first inning with that Semien fly ball, and they got to capitalize on it, and they did, and they took advantage of another great start from Eovaldi, and they never should have lost the first night. You shouldn't lose to Pittsburgh, but they did, and they were able to rebound today.
Well,
or yesterday.
Do you know what time today's pregame is?
I believe today's pregame is at 11 a.m.
11 a.m.
By the way.
And you know what? Bassick and them will be in here bitching that we are not doing the extra hour for them. They'll find a problem with that. They will take issue that they actually have to come in for an hour versus saying we only have to work for an hour, thinking we should do 5.5 hours.
Yeah, they say that, but my day's scheduled out, very segmented out. I'm 11 a.m. I've got things to do. But 5:30 start times all week. It's been fantastic. Kudos to Pittsburgh for having 6:30 Eastern time start times. Kudos to you guys on that one. That's how you should do it. 6:30. They know they're not getting any fans anyway in the stadium, so you might as well do it better for the people watching on TV.
Meanwhile, all the sweeps died out last night in Miami as the Boston Celtics showed a little backbone.
Tonight was about the Celtics showing their heart, playing with pride. They did it, and they roar from behind, and they send a message to the Miami Heat that we're not done yet. The final score in Game 4, Boston 116, Miami 99.
Whoa! Where did this come from? The Celtics winning by 17 in Miami. So they avoid the sweep. Maybe they were playing for their head coach last night in South Beach.
Maybe they were. Which one, though? Were they playing for the current head coach or the one that got fired? Oh, what a wild story that is, that they're distraught, still triggered by the fact that they don't have Ime Udoka as their head coach.
Is that from Woj?
From Woj, another Woj bomb. A Woj little. Woj is throwing firecrackers out there now, not bombs.
Woj dud.
Woj dud. There you go. These are all wet. They're all wet bombs. Okay, they're not exploding at all because he's just making these things up. I think at this point.
Or he has the hookup. His connection is Udoka or Udoka's agent.
Yeah,
and he's using that down the road.
Yeah, that could be it. That really could be it.
But trade off.
It's about time the Celtics showed up. Now they showed up in Game 2. But Grant Williams decided to torpedo all that by getting in the face of Jimmy Butler. And then they were an absolute no-show in Game 3. I'm surprised. I thought they were going to completely pack it in. The one game Miami was favored in, it was a 1.5-point spread. I thought for sure this was easy money.
Here are the things that it's amazing that you can be the number 2 seed, the favorites to represent the East. At times during the year, the favorites to win the title, and now we find out that you're just fractured and a broken group. Kevin O'Connor from The Ringer said, I've had a source tell me in the past week that this Celtics team feels like a group that's tired of fake liking each other. Draymond Green called out Jaylen Brown, who he's had issues with in the past. When they asked Jaylen Brown about Grant Williams poking the Jimmy Bear, he was like, next question. He didn't back him up whatsoever. And Draymond was like, that tells me a lot. That tells me everything that I need to know. So you're getting some of the last night, Ali LaForce, TNT pregame, said they weren't talking to each other. And I was like, okay, this thing feels like it has a chance of being broken up. But then they go out, and Miami is going to have to go back to Boston to finish.
Just bring one suit. Just bring one suit.
No one's dying.
Do you want to stay in Boston?
Well, I don't think right? Because they come back, right? They come back for Game 6.
Yeah.
There's no 2 days out there.
Yeah, Shaq.
Yeah, Shaq. You don't want to stay in Boston. Nobody wants to stay in Boston. Although this time of year could be nice.
I liked Boston.
I think Boston's a great town. I really do. But there are parts of the year I don't want to be there.
I just don't want to drive like in the city of Boston, one of those little cobblestone streets that are all. I mean, I don't know how you go down a little one of the side roads without bumping your mirrors.
It is wild how narrow that is. Now, do you know why they're so narrow? I learned this.
It represents their race relations views.
Actually, you're not wrong. No. In truthfulness, those roads were made by cows way back when the city was built. They had those alleyways just so the cattle could get through, and they just turned them into streets as they got cars. They never redid the streets. It's really strange, but it adds a lot of character to the city. It's a good town.
They got everything down there. Universities, you got parks,
everything,
all the restaurants, got the stadiums.
Yeah,
it's all right there.
They got everything right downtown. Good food. It's expensive.
What's going on with this Dodgers pride thing?
Okay, so the Dodgers obviously are having a pride night, like many sports teams do.
Do the Rangers have that?
They didn't for a while.
No, we did not.
I think they added one now.
Okay.
I think they were the last team to add one, but they've added one. So they initially had invited this group called the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence. Now, this is a group of men who dress up like nuns. Nuns are what they do in the Catholic Church.
Is that for Peyton?
Yeah. And they put they paint their face with they put like white chalky paint on their face to really kind of pale them up. Well, the criticism about this group hit the Dodgers, saying they're very anti-Catholic. They do a lot of other things that the Dodgers should be proud of. So the Dodgers uninvited them. Twitter hits back on the other side saying, wait a second, this is not a hate group. This is a group that uses humor to make fun of people within the Catholic Church or, that are anti-trans, whatever. So the Dodgers then decide to put another press release out, re-invite them, and say, we're going to give you guys an award.
Oh.
So in 48 hours, they went from inviting to uninviting.
Throw out the first pitch.
To re-inviting and giving them an award. And all in a 48-hour strand. They handled this thing so poorly from the start.
How are they? I don't know much about this group.
I've never heard of this group before.
How are the Dodgers supposed to know and keep track that they're like a bit,
Right.
If you have a bunch of people showing up in religious garb, maybe that's going to go ahead and cause a little bit of a stir. I don't know. How many? Did they say how many there were? How many came out?
How many people are part of the group?
That were going to the game.
Oh no, because they haven't. They haven't. No, I don't know how many people are coming to the game, but there's that group. There's a couple of dozen that are going to be in that group.
Yeah.
It's. I don't think there's no any way for the Dodgers to know exactly what the group's about.
Yeah.
They probably had somebody in the community outreach program recommend this group to come to Pride Night. So I thought that was interesting. Like they invited and then they uninvited and then they re-invited and added an award there.
Man, the job of a PR person on a sports team now,
man,
just as tough as a GM or a head coach. Ask Rich Downripple. All right, Why is Bobby Bell limping in here like Jamie Benn cross-checked his neck? The Dallas Stars watch party with 105.3 The Fan and how quickly it ended after last night. Next.
Hey, thanks to Rockwell Ford. in studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
He didn't play in the first two games with a lower body injury. Shot in the goal. Beautiful pass to set up Marchessault. And Vegas with the first goal of the game, just a minute and 11 seconds in.
Who's laughing? Who's laughing right there?
Me. I'm laughing. What a joke.
What was that? Let me hear the last 3 or 4 seconds of that.
With the first goal of the game, just a minute and 11 seconds in.
I don't like that bias in the ESPN booth. They were setting this up for the Stars to lose. Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean, RJ, and now Roberto Belt in studio. Hump Day edition on 105.3 The Fan. 4-zip. Catastrophic game. As Pete DeBoer said, couldn't have scripted it much worse than that. And now Bobby Belt is limping into the studio as if Jamie Benn hit him and got ejected minutes into this show. What is wrong with you?
So I get like sciatic nerve and hip issues when I stand too long and I lean bad directions, and I just had bad posture walking around hanging out with the Tolos last night. So I got in the car, drove home, and as I drove home, I got out and I was like, oh my gosh, it like totally stiffened up on me. And I was hoping it would feel better when I slept for the 3 hours that I slept for, but it doesn't. It feels awful. So I'm going to have an ice pack on my hip all day.
Why are you sleeping for 3 hours? The game was over in 30 minutes.
Yeah,
We didn't, the last Tolos left hanging out with us at like, it was past 1. So.
Wait,
Go.
you're an idiot.
Wait, you stayed at the bar till...
We didn't stay just at the bar, like, because that Boomer Jacks closed at midnight. So, like, there was the next place and stuff.
You're
The next place. It was Tuesday.
Shout out Alec Medford, too, who stuck it
Alec
out
doesn't
really
have a
long with
job.
me. He does. He's
Doesn't have
running
to show up till
G-Bag
1
all
o'clock.
week.
Yeah, he doesn't have to show up till 1 o'clock.
Well, I can't tell. I can't tell that you're hungover. I can't tell that you're exhausted. Went to a second bar. Wow. All right, who showed out and who made it to the second place?
So everybody who we had talked about showing up did, except for that guy behind the glass, Peyton Russell. He did not show up.
Which proves your bad luck.
Brian Broaddus, Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiafalo, Will Chambers, Alec Medford, and a bunch of Tolos. It was
and
all
they all
night.
went to the second bar.
No. So Broaddus was the first one out. Broaddus was midway through the second period. He's like, this is ridiculous. All right. Have fun, guys. Then it was Wolchuk. Chi-Chi stayed around for a while. Cody, our sales guy, he was out there. He stayed around until pretty much the end of the game. But we hung out for a while, and at the end, it was just me and Alec. Me and Alec stayed much longer than everybody else, but we hung out with the listeners.
So the afternoon show thought it was too late for them.
I mean, I'll give Eric credit. Eric really did hang out until game was over, and he hung out for a little while after the game was over. Zach was very, very, very upset last night.
With
the Stars. Just Mike Bassick levels of irritation with his team.
Really?
Yeah, like he was... I don't know if this is because we joked on the air about him being like a I love you man drunk, which he is.
Yeah.
But he was, I don't know if he was just trying to
overcompensate.
Yeah, to where he was, when this game was going on, he was not happy. I had to pull him aside. I had to like give him a hug and say, come here, let's get you a shot. Let's try and get you feeling a little more positive. And he's like, hockey's like my second favorite sport. This is like my second favorite team. This sucks. And so he was very sad. We all felt bad for him.
Dallas Stars audio at 6:40 with Bobby Belt representing, and you said that the Boomer Jacks manager, I mean, he was really, really impressed.
Yeah, he came out. He said that it was a much bigger turnout than they typically have on a Tuesday night, even with playoff games going on. And he said that he kept bouncing around and hearing from people that that's what they were out for.
Nice. Tolo Sonny said, damn, Stars made the video guy not come in today for YouTube and Twitch. Are we active now? Are we good?
Yes. We're up and live.
We're up and live. Okay. With YouTube, Twitch, and the fan cam. Bobby, you start off with a game recap.
So it's funny. We were walking around saying hi to people, and it was, 70 seconds in, they score that first goal. I literally went to talk to a next group of people. The second goal was scored. And as I was walking over to talk to the third goal, and by that point, the third group I was talking to, they were like, should we just turn the TV off or should we just start drinking or whatever? It was a very quick, no questions asked. 7 minutes in, you're like, this is over.
Yeah.
Everybody felt like
That's what it was.
You know, it's a shame that the Stars couldn't show up last night. The Tolos did. The Stars did not. I mean, when you take the end of game 2, Otter allowed, 5 goals in about a 10-minute span on the ice? Because he had those back-to-back really tight at the end of game 2, and then he has 3 in 7 minutes. And so it's just, you felt like, okay, this team's giving up. I don't know if Sunday was just too devastating for them, but it felt like they gave up.
Look, I mean, I don't know if Sunday was too devastating, but man, they did not even show up. That was a gutless performance from the start. The first goal, I mean, that was just bad defense, letting that puck get through. Otter, I don't know what the hell he was doing on the third goal, where the little wrister backhand.
That was pathetic.
That was pathetic.
Even I could tell that was pathetic.
Yeah, as soon as that happened, you knew DeBoer was like, all right, we got to make a change. Like, he just doesn't have it. I mean, I don't know what's going on with him. He's too good of a goalie to have multiple games like this in the postseason. Now, it didn't help. It was compounded by Jamie Benn doing whatever the hell that was.
My Lord.
Which
Yeah, let's not let him off the hook.
Oh no, he's gonna get let off the hook because we ain't gonna see him again this series. So he's gonna get let off the hook. Because we're just gonna stop talking about him.
That was vicious.
It was vicious. It was uncalled. It was dirty.
It was so uncalled for. He already knocked him down. He already won the battle. He already won the physical altercation. Right. Knocked the guy down and then went for blood.
Yeah, and then the announcers even like, guys.
Not the guy. I mean, their captain.
Yeah, they're like, guys. He goes when they called the penalty. He before the refs even came over to discuss. He goes, don't be surprised they don't give him 5 minutes here. And the referee goes up to right in front of the scores table and he kind of turns around and motions the other officials and was like, what do you think? Well, 5-minute game misconduct. You gone. And he not only gone today, last night, Subban's like, he might be gone for 2-3 games today.
So how dirty does that rank like in the discussion of penalties overall?
You tee him up. Like, if you're lined up, like if the guy's, kind of sitting there back to you against the wall, like with Domi, and you go at him like that, they're gonna light you up for that. And then so was this. He was already down on the ice. And then you jump on his neck and cross-check it with a stick.
Yeah.
That's an easy call.
Total implosion. Total stupidity. And then he bailed afterwards. Apparently, according to Mike Leslie and Pat Doney, they walled off the access for the reporters afterwards, pulled out the curtain, and was like, no, you are not going to get too close. They shut down the hallway to their locker room, draped a curtain across while the team went off the ice and into the locker room, and then Jamie Benn hopped in the SUV and rolled out.
Nice SUV. Nice. What was that, a G-Wagon? Is that what that was?
Pete DeBoer on the Jamie Benn penalty.
He made a mistake. He feels really badly about it. I don't think anyone in the building feels worse than he does about it. I'm not going to pile on him. He's been a leader here for his entire career and leads by example every day on and off the ice. Made a mistake. Fortunately, Mark Stone's okay, and we've got to live with the consequences, and the consequences were, it was a big hole. So, but I'm not going to stand here and pile on tonight. I don't think it does anybody any good.
As soon as that penalty happened, I texted you all. I said, series over. That was before they scored the goal. And then I thought I was going to end up being wrong because their power play wasn't really going anywhere. And then with a few minutes left, they scored the second goal. And I was like, night, see you later. Way to go, Jamie Benn. Thoughts on the penalty or reaction inside the bar?
Yeah, I mean, it felt, and that was one of the things we were talking about last night. It felt like something personal. Like we just don't have some details on, like something lingering from a previous game or something that was said. It just felt really ugly. And I wonder if also that's why Jamie Benn just decided not even to talk, is like, they just go, we don't even want you incriminating yourself further if this is something that's really personal.
Yeah.
But
he snapped. That was his Ron Artest type moment.
That's a good way to say it. He snapped. That's all he did. Jamie's been a pro. You
could tell everyone in the studio did not want to kill him.
No.
You could tell they were all like, PK is like, I really like Jamie. But they had to call it dirty.
He's the best.
He's the best. He's the best.
They had to call it how stupid it was, but they were trying their best to do it out of respect for him.
I generally think he's liked around the league. I don't know that for a fact, but I think he is, and he's been around forever. And that was not a veteran move. That was you would expect this. So Marchman's dad, you would expect that from Brian Marchman. You'd expect that from him. You expect that from Max Domi's dad. You wouldn't expect that from Jamie Benn. Like that was on the. It wasn't on the dirty side. It was dirty. I mean, that was a cheap shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny. As soon as that had happened, he went back. Somebody standing next to one of the listeners, and they were like, "Oh, they're cracking. Like this is just they're cracking. They're angry. They're not playing under control." And I mean, it was just the start. It was the first domino that showed everything going to hell last night.
And then PK in studio on ESPN had more to say.
Listen, there's no killers on Vegas. Like, Ryan Reeves isn't there anymore. They don't have this big, tough team. I'm just really disappointed with the softness of Dallas. They've been so soft against this team, and it's been very, very passive. There's been no physicality other than Max Domi at the end of the period there getting his hands dirty, and you can't just leave it to him. It's got to be a team thing. Everybody's got to get involved. And, I know Jamie Benn's going to take a lot of heat over the next couple days, but that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to physically get his team involved and get them emotionally engaged in the game. He went overboard with it, but Dallas has got to look themselves in the mirror and say, listen, guys, we got to get battle ready here.
Absolute disaster from the get-go with Robertson blowing his coverage and then the penalty by Ben. And even though it's 2-0, still show something.
Yeah.
Like you said, you're still in the game, but they haven't shown any emotion whatsoever throughout the whole game.
Vegas is killing the will of Dallas slowly but surely.
Yeah. No, 100%. Maybe they're tired from the Seattle series. That was a hard series. There was a lot of emotion in that. No excuse, though.
Wow. Everyone firing.
Mm-hmm.
Shots fired everywhere. Hey, Pay, your thoughts overall?
Complete joke. I mean, why even show up to the game? It just from 11 seconds in or whatever, minute 11, and it was awful. I mean, you didn't show up to play. I expected more. I expected more fire, but you could just see after the first two losses, losing overtime. I mean, that takes a lot out of you. I mean, you saw it as they were walking off the ice after game 2. That loss really sucked the life out of them. But I mean, you go back to your home crowd, and that's what you give them. I mean, it's ridiculous. You can't do that. You're in the Western Conference Finals. You made it this far. You can't put up a performance like that, and you deserve to get swept after that performance last night.
And now, what do you do in goal? Spittle wrote us overnight. Spits and Suds is up at 105throughthefan.com. He said you have to go back to Oettinger. He got you there, but he's lost 3 straight, 4 of his last 5. Wedgwood last night went in and stopped 10 of 11. What do you do? We'll ask also Marty Turco at 8.
You purchased the contract of Adam Shield from Idaho. These 3 straight playoff shutouts. That's what you do. No, you go back to Otter. You just do. It's like, he's been the guy that got you there all year. He's the better goalie. He's not having a good run right now, but it's like, you get to the playoffs. Nathan Eovaldi's the hottest pitcher on the team. Jake DeGrom's healthy. You start Jake DeGrom. That's what you do in game 1 or game 7, whatever it may be. You start the better player because the better player could theoretically have a better game.
I mean, I think you go back to Otter. We've talked all year about how well he tends to bounce back mentally from these things and how mentally tough he is. But it is, I mean, switching out Otter's not necessarily going to change all these structural issues you've had on defense.
Yeah, that first goal wasn't on him. The third one was big time. That was a bad goal. That was one of the worst goals he's allowed all year. But the first one, I mean, I could kill him for the first one. It can't just be, in terms of the defenseman, it can't just be Miro. Like that's one of the things that I know we were discussing last night. When we talk about the Mavericks need to go find rebounding, the Cowboys need to go find a guard. Like when we all have that, like for the Stars, the whole discussion right now, it feels like is they need genuine NHL level defensemen that can contribute to a playoff team.
Well, they played great the game before defensively.
As a unit, yeah. I just mean their defensemen in particular, because you look at the fact that it's been a bad playoff run really for Hakanpää, for Lindell. Suter had the issues the other night. Thomas Harley's been better. He's had a nice little playoff run, but the last couple games he's had some struggles. It feels very much like the Miro show for their defensemen.
So a total and complete disaster last night. No team has ever overcome a 3-0 deficit in the conference finals, and that is where the Dallas Stars are at. What did Bruce Bochy think of Jared Sandler's impression of him. Aaron Rodgers hurt already. And do we have a new kicker for your Dallas Cowboys? Next on The Fan. But first, let me get you set up with a Tolo team of attorneys.
Brought to you by Stave VR Weight Loss, That's Soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable, accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
A pause, the 0-2. Swinging a line drive, right center field, base hit. Low scores, Garcia sent home. The relay throw is cut off by Santana. His throw home is late. Adoli scores standing up. It's a 2-run single for the Jungle Cat, Josh Young, and the Rangers' lead is now 4-1.
Jared Sandler with the call right here on your home of Rangers baseball. They dominate Pittsburgh to tie things up at a game apiece, and the rubber match will take place today. 11 a.m. pre-game. 11 a.m. pre during the KMC Masterpiece. And the story in this one is Nathan Eovaldi throwing another complete game. Yeah. Another complete game. What a pickup. This guy has turned it on after I was a little bit worried early on in the season. Like, okay, where is this? Where's this flash? Where's this ability? When's it going to come? And now he goes out and throws a complete game for the second time in 5 starts. Bullpen, you are not going to be given the opportunity to screw this one up.
Yeah, I think, we've had this discussion, obviously, about league MVP. It's a different discussion. But if you want to talk about team MVP, there's a very strong case to say it's Eovaldi. Just from the fact that he's going deep into these games. He's not letting it get into the bullpen's hands. He's holding down the rotation when DeGrom went out. I know the offense has been great, and they've put up a lot of runs, and in a lot of instances, you haven't necessarily needed the type of dominant performances that you've seen. But I think just given the way that the bullpen has struggled this year, when you get, especially in this era, a guy like Eovaldi throwing 2 complete games in a couple starts and going, deep into the 8th, 9th inning and some of these others, that's incredibly valuable for this particular baseball team.
Just look at it this way. In 20 starts last year, he threw 109 innings. In 10 starts this year, he's already at 70. It shows how deep into games he's going. I mean, I'm no math guy, but that tells me he's averaging like 7 innings a start. And that's just phenomenal in today's game. In 2023 Major League Baseball, for a pitcher to go out there and have 20% of his starts are complete games so far in 1 year. I mean, that's what aces do. That's what Jake DeGrom does. That's what Scherzer will do. Garrett Cole.
It's Alcantara.
Yeah,
that's the kind of thing he's doing right now.
Absolutely. So like what Eovaldi has done this year is nothing short of spectacular. He has been. I agree, Bobby. I think you can make a very good case that he's been the team MVP this year. Now, obviously, you're going to have Simeon, who's leading the league in WAR or among the leaders in WAR, or Adolis, who is the RBI's leader. They've had a couple of guys, but I think Eovaldi is right there in the running for team MVP so far.
Josh Young hits home run number 11. Sandler sent me a bunch of stats. Young is hitting .333, specifically in 0-2 counts. That's tied for 6th in Major League Baseball. The baseball average is 165, and this guy's hitting .333. Rookies are hitting 146 in 0-2 count situations. And Josh Young, again, is at .333. He's slashing 245, 245, 408, 653. Once he's in one or after 0-2 counts, the MLB average is 163, 194, 251, 446. So the Rangers just overall, and Jared's been highlighting it for a few weeks now, thriving in 0-2 situations. So the offense rebounds and responds, and Martin Perez is going to be on the mound. He had a nice response in his last start. He's 5-1 with a 4.01. There's some run support. 5-1 with a 4.01. So he'll be on the mound today at 11 o'clock.
Little Rick Helling-esque. Or Scott Feldman in that 2009 season when he won like 17 starts with a 4.4 ERA or whatever he did.
Stop it.
Meanwhile, everybody's having fun. Everyone's having a good time. And that means that the manager of your Texas Rangers, who joins the KMC Masterpiece every single week, may entertain an impression that was done of him by someone who calls the games.
Jared Sandler does the radio play-by-play for the Rangers here on 105.3 The Fan and the Rangers Radio Network. And he also does some pre- and post-game show work as well. And recently, he did an impression of you, Bruce, and I was wondering, we're going to play this for you real quick. How accurate do you think Jared Sandler's impression of you is?
I think he is, to a man going home, looking around and just looking in the mirror and talking to himself saying, Bruce, well, I don't know what you could have done differently. I can't do Bruce Bochy voice. I'm sorry.
So that is Jared Sandler doing his Bruce Bochy impression. Your thoughts on Jared's impression?
Not bad. Yeah. Actually, Maddox did me yesterday. So, no, I get that a lot. So, no, all good there. And, Jared, he's a hard worker. I saw him in the hotel working out today, man. He's getting in shape for something.
He gets up at like 4 a.m. every day to go do that.
Yeah, no, he gets after it in there. So he's on a mission.
His mission was to be able to take down that Reuben yesterday at that sandwich shop that we talked about.
Yeah.
I mean, he went there, Pomanti. Is that the only restaurant in Pittsburgh? Pomanti Brothers? He went there and took down the Reuben. So that's Bochy noticing Sandler's work ethic in the weight room, on the treadmill.
It's an awful impression.
I don't know what he's in shape for.
It's one of the, I don't even, you remember the old, the little claymation cartoon from like 30 years ago, Davy and Goliath.
Yeah.
Davy. That's what his impression sounded like. It sounded nothing like Bochy.
Do the Dallas Cowboys have an opportunity to go get a new kicker? Choppy, you did a lot of the homework on this.
Brandon McManus. He was recently cut by the Denver Broncos. 9 years in the league. Last holdover from their Super Bowl winning team. Should they bring him in for some camp competition? Who's the Cowboys' current kicker? Anyone?
Tristan Vizcaino.
Tristan Vizcaino. He's had a great career, Hall of Fame career. Now, McManus had like the worst kicking year of his career last year. Okay. Made less than 78% of his kicks. But prior to that, he was the epitome of steady. Basically making between 80 and 85% every other year of his career. And that's what kickers really are when you break it down. You're getting your Justin Tuckers, then everybody else is basically 85%. Now, maybe also kicking indoors mostly versus in Denver may help. No elements. He was 20 of 23 inside of 50 last year. The reason he was below 78% because he was 8 of 13 outside of 50, which means his misses are long kicks. We've always said percentages are not fair to kickers because one guy could never be asked to make 58-yard kicks, and his percentage might be higher than somebody who's asked to kick for 60. Because in Denver, you might be asked to kick from 63. The year prior, all but one of his misses were beyond 50 yards. He's been very, very steady. Had a bad year. Not saying he should take over the job, but if you don't have a kicker, and if your kicker is Tristan Vizcaino, trust me, you don't have a kicker. That means you bring in any warm body with a foot, you bring him in for competition.
But can you just bring these guys in, or is a guy like McManus going to be signed? You have to commit more than that.
I think most kickers, the expectation is that you have to come in and compete for almost any job. Like, there are very few guys that just have you sign here and this is your job and nobody's coming to take it.
You think Robbie Gould is going to have to come in and be in a competition?
I think Robbie Gould would have to recognize some team may give him an opportunity and say you're the guy, but Robbie Gould I don't think would find it unusual if he had to compete against somebody anywhere. And I think it's important to remember, Brandon McManus, has been steady, has been good over his career. Broncos cut him. Who are they working out today to replace him? Brett Maher.
Oh.
So, I mean, it sounds like Denver would gladly take the swap of kickers. Yeah. And so if that's the case, how confident do you feel about Brandon McManus?
Yeah, but that's also part of it. Like a lot of times with kickers, it's like coaches in the NBA. You just trade your problem for theirs. They're so fickle.
Or in the Cowboys instance, you trade something that's really wasn't a problem for 17 weeks. Because of one game.
Yeah, but I think it wasn't one game. It was 2 games. But I think you're underplaying the meltdown that they think it must be there psychologically. Like, they don't trust him.
Yeah, and look.
And they don't want to be held hostage again.
They have not, this organization has not been afraid to walk away from kickers that they thought psychologically changed. They walked away from Dan Bailey very quickly after evaluating this is not the same guy anymore.
Yeah.
And so I get it, and
we
I
were
get
playing
it's
cornhole at the Omni. When the news broke, we're like, damn, Bailey got cut.
It's such a mental position too. So much of it about the mental toughness and everything else that I absolutely understand that. But I felt like Brett Maher has been so resilient and bouncing back from struggles during 2 tours here that it was worth giving him another shot.
Aaron Rodgers tweaks a calf.
Yeah.
And he don't do that.
I'm not clapping for the injury. I'm saying my point is beating yours.
Don't do that, Mrs. McCaffrey. Aaron Rodgers tweaking the calf, and he said it's not a big deal, but he experienced some of the New York media yesterday with it.
Yeah, he did he not? He definitely experienced the New York media on this one because...
We would have done the same thing.
Yes, we would have.
We did do the same thing with Dak at camp.
It was a shoulder, right? Yeah, a shoulder I think is a little different than a calf. Just because obviously it's what you use, the throwing shoulder.
Oh, they didn't know it was a calf. It's like Aaron Rodgers is limping. He's not practicing anymore. Uh-oh.
Yeah. Now Rodgers didn't do anybody any favors. Oh, it's just a veteran day. Jess didn't do him any favors. Oh, it's a vet day. That's all it is. Yeah, it's a vet day. Sure. Yeah, everybody just takes vet days. But this I think to be fair, any new team he went to, this would have been a story. In Green Bay, though, this is probably nothing. The coverage in Green Bay is what it is. But if he's at the Cowboys or in the New York media, this is going to be, let's see. Yeah, the Yankees played, the Mets played. This may not be back page of the New York Post or whatever, but there's going to be a ton of people and a ton of intrigue on this.
And the reason Bobby was slow clapping on the fan cam is because of our bet. This is a sign.
This man can't get through one unpadded practice without a devastating soft tissue injury. This is a great forecaster for me winning this bet. How is this man going to hold up? I thought he was supposed to be Mr. My body is a temple. I'm all ready to go. What this says to me, Sean Sharif,
is gotten the shot.
He didn't take his offseason seriously. Apparently in the this is why Micah Parsons wants a massage therapist. He wants to make sure his muscles are ready and he doesn't have any soft tissue issues.
He should have gotten the jab. Would have avoided this. And then finally, Lamar Jackson actually shows up. So nice to have.
Yeah, it's just the second week OTAs.
Yeah.
He didn't need both weeks. He's that tatalented, Bobby. He doesn't need both
DeMar
weeks.
Hamlin is showing up at the same time as Lamar Jackson.
Cardiac arrest.
Cardiac arrest.
Yeah, faster than Lamar Jackson's boo-boo on his knee.
So that's where we stand around the NFL here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. It's DFW Sports Session. Let's do something different for the 6 a.m. club. Let's take some Stars calls.
Go Stars, baby.
You're revved up. Peyton's chant probably not helping. Hit us up at 877-881-1053. You can unleash on that performance on Jamie Benn, on Otter, whoever else you want to call out. 877-881-1053. Your Dallas Stars Game 3 calls next. But you need to go ahead and make this call as
seconds on the power play. Pietrangelo scores! A wrister from up high. And a 4-0 Golden Knights lead.
And that's how it would end last night on ESPN. The Stars are down 3-0. Let's unleash the Tolos on the hotline. Some 6 a.m. calls from the 6 a.m. club. 877-881-1053 here on Sean, RJ, and Roberto. Stars venting on DFW Sports Station. We're going to have headlines at 7, a concert ticket giveaway to try to make you feel better at 7:20, and the weekly debut of Brett Boone every other Wednesday, every other hump day, as he was so good his first time on with us talking Rangers. We're going to have Brett Boone on as a new Odyssey Baseball Insider 920.
It's kind of a, I don't want to say quite the savant, but he is a baseball lifer, man. He
remembered Bassick.
Yeah, the memories, got the recall.
Yeah.
Obviously comes from a fam. He might be the first family of baseball. 3 generations. He's one of them, at least.
Jay in Fort Worth, start us off. The ice is yours, Jay, on the Stars.
Good morning, good morning, guys. Hey, just watching this series here, I just feel like the Stars are just really. I feel like they're really beat up from the last series with Seattle. I can remember watching that Seattle game. Even though they weren't in the power play, it just always seemed like they were in the power play. We continue to turn the puck over in our own zone. It's like the Stars aren't even playing for anything. It's just like they're checked out, man. So I don't know what's going on. But you're talking about a head case as far as a Cowboys kicker. I mean, our goalie, he's a head case. I mean, he's completely checked out. So no confidence at all. I don't know what's going on, man. But this series to me is over.
Thank you for the call. I'm not going to be mad if they start Wedgwood at all. We'll ask Marty Turco at 8, but go ahead.
I wonder how precedented that would be. I think it might be unprecedented.
What?
You
start someone else
in a playoff series where the guy has been the guy. Now it's not unprecedented if you don't have a really good goalie. And I'm not going to compare him to Patrick Waugh.
Yeah.
But the Avalanche, if they're about to get swept, are not starting somebody over Patrick Waugh.
Right.
So I'm not comparing Otter to him or Brodeur or Hasek or any of these guys, but I can't imagine, the guy that's been there, your main goalie the entire year, outside of injury, where he has clearly been the one, starting somebody. I don't think the Kings down 3-0 would have started somebody over Jonathan Quick. You know, I you know what I mean? I just don't know that would happen.
Isn't it? But I mean, we are talking about he saw 5 shots last night. So the last 8 or 9 shots he's seen, 5 goals have gone in.
Yeah, it's a bad stretch.
He's reeling.
He might be in his own head. He might be. I don't know.
It's such a mental position. We talk about that. And I know we've given him praise for his mental toughness, but as the callers were saying, you talk about kicker being in a mental position, the bullpen, all these sort of spots. It's going to be really tough, I think, for him to bounce back. I would go ahead and let him start, but I wouldn't hate the decision if they decide to go the other way.
But I think Jay also brought up something we didn't talk about at all in between series, the fatigue. What did Seattle take out of them? That's something we did not bring up. We did not talk about. And it's a relevant topic to have. Carl in Point, Texas. Carl, you're live on Sean and RJ. Go ahead, boss.
What's going on, guys? Love you guys.
Thank you.
All I want to say, man, is, it's been a great season. These guys got you to the Western Conference Finals. You've got to be able, they've had so many great games. And I felt like last night I was watching a hockey game during COVID after they got down. The fans chanced on them. I mean, I could hear guys from the other side of the rink hollering, "Let's go Stars." Nobody would – it was ridiculous. From the 5 minutes into the first period until the end of the game, they tanked and then, tried to blame the refs. My God, if you watch the video on freaking Jamie Benn, that was one of the most blatant, ridiculous – a captain on your hockey team.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think he freaking started it. And then it just went downhill from there. And the Stars had nothing behind them. Nothing. So I blame the fans just as much as you could blame anybody because it was ridiculous. I was at the game last night. It was ridiculous. You know, it's a great season, guys.
Did Spittle buy you a beer?
No.
Did you make it to the end of the game?
Yes. My wife and I, we don't get to go to too many games. We ain't got a pocket full of cash, so we spent some money to go watch these guys last night, man. And, I just felt bad for the Stars. I really did because the fans, after this season that they've had, just freaking tanked on them.
Thank you for the call, brother. Appreciate it. The loudest I can remember the crowd is when I thought they were killing the penalty.
Yeah. About a minute 30, 2 minutes to go in the penalty.
Yep.
I thought they were like, they could feel it. They could feel it. And then as soon as they said that, they had that odd man, and then all of a sudden, bam, here it comes.
I absolutely understand Carl's point, and I think, hey, let's not check out so quickly. But I also understand a fan's perspective who would go, they checked out on us in 5 minutes, and made it really difficult to keep us engaged.
It's hard to be ruckus down 3-0. I know that we are I know that the fan mentality here in the Metroplex is you got to give me a reason. It's a reactionary crowd. They're not going to try to force a mistake with noise before the actual play. We're a reactionary crowd, but man, I can't get on the fans after that performance and that start. Brett and we're talking about that total from Point. Where were you talking about someone
Somebody
showing
came
up from yesterday?
Blue Ridge last night. Our signal carried into Blue Ridge, which I had to ask. I was like, excuse my ignorance, where's Blue Ridge? And he said it's east of McKinney. So we had somebody drive an hour plus on the tollway to come in and hang out with us last night.
Point is like Lake Fork. That's east.
We got reach, baby.
I love when people who have lived here their entire life still go, where's that?
Well, I mean, there's like 25,000 cities in this state. Jeez.
Brett and Prosper, we know where that is. Brett, you're live on the fan. Go ahead, boss.
Hey, thanks, guys. My biggest takeaway from the Stars, and specifically Oettinger, is that he has no defense helping him at all. He's facing all these shots head-to-head. I'll give you the best example of goalies collapsing that were great. Vancouver with Roberto Luongo. As soon as Vancouver got rid of that defense, he tanked. And then Ryan Miller, if you guys remember in the Olympics, was standing on his head. Everybody was calling Buffalo the favorites. Got back to the regular season. No defense can do anything. Oettinger just can't do it on him by himself. He's got to have a defense.
Yeah, no goalie can, man. It's like that's just the way it is. Like it's very rare that you can get. You got to have one of those days where you are absolutely, as they say, stand on your head. It's just that first goal wasn't on him. I mean, he had no prayer on that first one. That third one was bad. Like there's nothing you can say. That third one, that he is gonna have. That's gonna be on his. Whatever the unhighlight reel is for a player, that's going to be on his non-highlight reel, his blooper. I don't want to say a blooper reel. Like, that's just a bad goal.
Yeah.
That's a goal that I would let up.
Yeah, that was bad. So thank you for the Tolo phone calls representing the 6 a.m. club. We want to hook you up with a concert ticket giveaway during the Expressway commercial free starting at 7:20. Yesterday, First Take, J.J. Redick and Stephen A. Smith were trending because of Stephen A. getting sunned.
I don't understand much of what he just said, but I'll listen. But go ahead with
Well,
me.
you didn't play,
first,
Stephen A.
and then I'll try. Exactly.
You didn't play.
I didn't comprehend. I'm sorry.
You don't understand athletic mortality. 3 games at wherever South Dakota, Winston-Salem State doesn't count.
Wow. I got you. I understand. I got a degree and I'm here on TV with you. I must be doing something right.
Damn. Oh, you're definitely doing things right.
You damn right. Go ahead.
Okay, guys, let's go.
God, Molly is always so irritating.
Yeah.
105
well, fan. She does. ESPN doesn't want people fighting like that. It's bad for the brand.
Yeah. But JJ dropped the.
JJ loves to bring up the fact that he played in the NBA. That you guys sound like you've never played competitive basketball before. It's like, okay, JJ.
I do think it adds something sometimes. Look, if I'm Stephen A., I'm happy that he drops it. That's good that it creates this type of attention when Redick power bombs him like that. You know, if Stephen A., and I think he's a smart individual, he's like, hey, every once in a while, it's good. Drop that on me. because JJ did play. It is a different perspective, and it's good when Stephen A gets dunked on.
Yeah, and JJ obviously, there are some people who may be not in the JJ's position financially who will just defer to Stephen A and cower to him. JJ doesn't need. I mean, he's done work the rest of his life. He played 15 years in the NBA.
Redick was also fired up because this is something we always talk about and notice here in the Metroplex. Denver won the Western Conference Finals, in case you did not know. But ESPN wanted to talk about the other team.
Could you imagine if Bill Belichick has Tom Brady, and then Brady leaves, and then Belichick gets back to the Super Bowl for the second time in the span of 4 years? Would we be talking about Bill? Of course we would. This is what we do, and it's not just us, Stephen A. I'm not accusing anyone in this room or anything. This is just the way that we have sold the NBA. I don't love it. After Game 1 of the Nuggets-Lakers series, I was on a show. I was on Get Up for 2 hours. I was on this show for 2 hours. I would say over half the conversation was about the Lakers and what they did. Oh, by the way, Nikola Jokic had his third straight triple-double that game and had 34, 21, and 14. How much did we talk about that? We don't do a good job of selling what the NBA is, which is 30 teams, 450 players, multiple superstars. The fact that people are now being like, oh, I didn't realize Nikola Jokic was good. Well, let's put him on TV more. Let's talk about him more, Stephen A.
Ooh, calling out Lisa Salters.
The network. Yeah.
I'll give JJ this. JJ kind of rubs me the wrong way occasionally. He's pretty fearless.
Yeah.
But he has no problem just saying exactly what he thinks, and I respect that.
I mean, this is a much bigger discussion. It's for a Media 101 class at UNT.
Yeah.
Of
the way it is.
The way it is. I mean, there's a reason they're ESPN. They have numbers, and they get research and feedback on what to talk about and focus on.
Right. I mean,
there's a reason we talk about the Dallas Cowboys more than the Dallas Stars.
Correct.
I mean, it's just reality.
Yeah, correct. Well, for one, they have more fans. For two, there's more interest. It's football. They're
the Lakers.
Right. They're the Lakers. If you're going to talk.
We care more about LeBron's retirement right now than Joker's first championship. That's just the way it is.
It is. And look, you could pick. It doesn't matter what sport they're talking about. If they're gonna do a subject on any sport, you could pretty much tell before knowing what the topic is or what the subject is. You could pretty much tell the team or players they're going to talk about.
Yeah.
And this goes for every sport. This goes for every sports talk radio national show. If they're going to talk about the NBA, chances are they're going to talk about the Lakers. It's not long before they get to the Lakers. If they're going to talk about the NFL, it's not very long before they get to the Dallas Cowboys. It's just the way it is.
We got some more changes to the NFL. The Errol Spence fight is finally happening. Rangers complete game and a Stars meltdown. Hump Day headlines. Then a concert ticket giveaway next.
But let's get you.
in studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Remember how we were all laughing and making fun of the Boston Celtics after their Game 3 in Miami? And talking about wholesale changes and the coach getting fired and Jason Tatum with an embarrassing moments in the fourth quarter. All that happened to the Dallas Stars last night as they get shutouts against Vegas 4-0. They're down 3-0. Here are the things that happened to your hockey team. They let up a goal 71 seconds in. So that crowd and that rush and that adrenaline and that emotional wave, that got wiped out. Jake Oettinger got wiped out after allowing 3 goals on 5 shots. Shortest start of his career. He's now lost 3 in a row. Jamie Benn got wiped out after an ignorant, stupid, out-of-control play. 5 minutes, penalty, you're gone. A minute 53 into the game. Domi gets ejected for fighting as well. Crowd throwing bunch of garbage and trash all over the ice. They have to complete the end of the second period at the start of the third period. Donoff also got hurt. On top of it, Jamie Benn rolling on out, not speaking with the media. The Stars pulling down the curtain in the hallway so the media can't watch them. Stalk back to the locker room. 4-0, absolute disaster.
I think you can file this under gutless. This was a terrible performance by this team. Right from the start. A minute and change in, minute and 11 in. You had a defensive breakdown, bam, 1-0, and then you could just feel the air sucked out of that building. And then Jamie Benn pulls one of the dumbest plays of his career. And it was a myriad of errors by this hockey team in the first 8 or so minutes. You know, and we're all going to point at Otter because he gave up 3 goals. The third one was obviously just an inexcusable goal to allow. But you look, Vegas has just flat out. I guess they've been the best, even though in Game 2 the Stars really controlled that game.
Yeah.
Vegas has been the better team. Other than that, it's tough. Because I thought a lot of us going in thought the Stars were the better hockey team. They swept them in the regular season. Now, they didn't have Eichel in one of those games, and it went to overtime. But the Stars, I think a lot of people thought were a good matchup. Vegas was a good matchup for the Stars, and it has not turned out that way.
Pete DeBoer on the humiliating beginning to this game.
Yeah, I'm not sure you could script much worse. I actually liked our energy. I loved us on the penalty kill. I thought even though we gave up the first goal and Jamie took the penalty, I thought we had the legs and the energy and the attitude to kind of survive it, and we didn't. So that's the unfortunate part of it, and and now we're in a big hole, and we've got to find a way to win a game on Thursday.
You nailed it last night. It feels so much like the Suter turnover and the turnaround, the inability to play defense on the shot, that changed everything.
Yeah.
Because I think if this is a game, if they finish out Game 2, I think that we don't get the same performance last night. And I think it's just they're defeated. They are absolutely defeated. That looked like a hockey team that, like you say, when we're laughing at the Celtics and their level of quit, that looked like just quit.
Yeah, what is the moment right now that you think we'll remember weeks and months from now if this thing ends like this? The Suter turnover or the Benn penalty? Which one will we remember as the bigger turning point or the bigger moment?
I think the Benn penalty because it's so visual.
Yeah.
It's so visual. The Suter turnover, I think that's more for the hockey guy. The Benn penalty, even the most casual of observer understands what happened there.
Yeah.
So I think the Benn now the Suter turnover changed the series more, maybe.
Oh, it definitely did.
But I don't think that we'll remember that
because it was played on
years.
Highlights and video. Right. Jonathan Marchessault on the dirty Jamie Benn penalty after the game.
Well, that's one of those, they told Petro is not a hockey player, right? And against the Oilers, so I think that's one of those. It's not a hockey play, and it's pretty disgusting. He leans on top of him and just give it to him in his head there. So it's one of those that you just, we wanted to get one on the power play, make them pay, and we executed. So it's a pretty good first period for us.
And then the timing of it was so dumb. You're down 1-0, and then it's going to be a 5-minute power play for the other side. That's when I texted the rest of the guys. I said, this series, this is over. They're going to, when they score here, this thing will be done and over with. They ended up scoring. Then they added 2 more. Spittle has sent us a couple of different Twitter accounts to follow. One has not tweeted since May 11th.
Spits and suds.
I don't know about one of the suggestions, but NHL Players Safety, watch for that account to say if Jamie Benn will have a hearing. If they announce a fine, there is no suspension. If and when you lose Jamie Benn, you may not have Dodonov, who left and didn't return. So that's 2/3 of a strong third line. So from bad to worse.
Yeah, and look, I mean, some of the commentary after the Ben penalty last night was you heard the ESPN studio crew talk about, look, he went overboard, but he's trying to impose some sort of physical will. He's trying to get, and so not to justify what Jamie Benn did at all. It was awful, but I wonder if Jamie Benn sensed early exactly what we saw for the entire game, that he's like, these dudes are not, I mean, he's the captain. He may have just sensed like, I need to do something to get these guys invested, and he went over the top, and it probably pushed it even further the other way.
He knew they didn't have anything. He could see it right away. He saw the defensive breakdown in the first goal, but he obviously he wanted to get physical. He may have even wanted to get a penalty, which would be an odd thing to want to do when you're already down 2 minutes in. But I mean, look, he probably wouldn't be the first one to have that happen. You send a message. But that was a game misconduct, and a potential suspension is not the message you wanted to send. He went overboard there. He probably lost his cool. Something happened, whatever. That was bad, and that is going to be the play that is remembered. It was a cheap shot, just what it was, flat out.
Yep.
Guys laying on the ground. You basically try to slice his neck off of your stick. Cross-checked. It's a dirty play.
Marty Turco will join us at 8 o'clock to try to clean up and summarize the mess that we saw at the AAC. And Peyton is already on the lookout for cheap Game 4 tickets. $100, I think he said, was the cheapest.
Yeah, 105. Now this is section 300, but I mean it still gets you in the door, and you pay for like $35, $40 parking. Cheap Game 4 to the Western Conference Finals.
Biggest highlight was the Bobby Belt created fan outing last night at Boomer Jacks. And it lasted till 1 a.m.?
Yeah. The last trickling out was until 1 a.m. But
does Kristen know about this, by the way?
Yeah.
Okay.
She was out there for the first half of it.
Oh, happy anniversary.
Dad.
Separately?
Yeah, happy anniversary, Kristen. It is our wedding anniversary today.
Wait, she went home early.
Yeah, because she had the kids. So she brought the kids out to eat dinner, and then they took off. They were like, we're not going to watch this Stars team. We don't want the kids to have nightmares. And so they went home. But no, it was great. I got to see a number of different Tolos. Trey, new listener Steve-O. We saw Tolo Vanessa. It was great. Packed out. A lot of good times.
All the Stars Tolo audio at 9 o'clock this morning. Right here on DFW Sports Station. He could be the hottest pitcher in Major League Baseball, and he delivered again yesterday.
The right-hander deals, and Young hits one high and deep to left. And you know what? Reynolds can't do anything about this. He calmly turns and watches it sail out of here. Josh Young with yet another home run. It's his 11th of the year, and this one will give Texas a 6-1 lead.
What a stud. Hicksey on the call, and Nathan Eovaldi throws another complete game. His second in the last 5 outings. This guy's on fire.
Yeah, he is. He really is. It's been a great pickup for the Rangers. They need it, especially when the guy they signed to be the ace, has been kind of not up and down, but a little bit injured this year. MIA. So they've absolutely needed this from Eovaldi. He has been fantastic. He is already at almost 70% of his innings that he pitched last year. He had 20 starts last year at 109 innings. This year he's got 10 starts. He's thrown almost 70.
What are the complete game comparisons that you had in the break?
So he's got 2 complete games this year. That leads the majors, but he's also leads the majors with 4 games of at least 8 innings pitched. In fact, He has those 4 games. The rest of the AL West combined, the starters, there's 3 games in which AL West starters have gone into the 8th inning.
See if you've heard of these guys that Josh Young is tied with in home runs with 11. He's 14th in the league. Shohei Ohtani.
No.
Randy Arozarena.
Yep.
Ronald Acuna Jr.
Nope.
Joey Gallo.
Nope.
Mike Trout. Anthony Rizzo.
They all have 11?
They all got 11. Now, Alonso's got 18. Muncy's got 15. Judge and Adolis have got 14. Matt Olson's got 13. You got guys, former Ranger, spring training great Patrick Wisdom has 12. Boy, I was in love with him when he was here. He had such a great jawline. Such a good-looking man. I don't know why I'm going in on this, but whatever.
Boston Celtics stay alive. We all thought this was done. Sweep, quit. Maybe the Stars will learn a lesson from this. Boston goes into Miami and wins by 17. And Woj says some of these Boston problems, they still can't get over the new head coach in the armpit.
This team, this locker room, they never got over Ime Udoka's dismissal as head coach. These players did not accept the organization's reasoning for doing it. They thought it was a wild overreaction. There were a lot of people on the outside who thought it was an overreaction. It was an HR matter. And I think for this team and talking with management, I think they felt they never got the answers. They got any more answers than the public was getting on this. Now, that doesn't mean they haven't accepted Joe Mazzulla as head coach, but this is a team that really believed in Ime Udoka, had a strong connection with him. And I think there were a couple instances this season where a lot of that angst resurfaced. First, when the Brooklyn Nets nearly hired Udoka as head coach, and then when the Rockets did.
Okay, so awful take from Woj. He's going from the top to the bottom real fast here. First with his insane Wemby best prospected team sports take, and then this one. Like, what? You mean the team that just won the last series, coming from 3-2 down, it was so triggered by the Houston signing of Ime Udoka.
Number 2 seed in the regular season.
They were the number 2 seed in the regular season. 8 months later, they're finally being triggered by this? Like, give me a break. The players are basically quitting on the franchise despite their own desires to win an NBA championship where they would have home court advantage, mind you. They're just going to quit because they don't appreciate the level of information they've been given regarding the Ime Udoka firing. Oh, come on.
I really thought they were going to rally for Nia Long this year. Yeah. I thought that was going to be the feel-good story of the year was the Celtics winning the title for Nia Long.
Woj dud. And then yesterday the news broke. Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence Jr. have reached an agreement to fight for the undisputed title July 29th in Vegas. So there it is, Spence versus Crawford.
Yep, they've been waiting for this one. They've been wanting to get this one done. Well done. Usually boxing gives us fights way too late. Anyway.
Yeah.
And maybe this one is too late, but who cares?
Headlines on a hump day.
Hump day.
Here on Sean, RJ, and Roberto, Brett Boone will join us at 9:20. Odyssey Baseball Insider and Marty Turco on the Stars Mess at 8 o'clock. But we want to make you feel better by hooking you up with Avenged Sevenfold tickets. We got a concert ticket giveaway. We're going to chop it up, and we have Mavs news. They're interested in Anthony Davis, according to somebody, and some former NBA players call out Luka. You're going to want to hear this, along with a concert ticket giveaway next. But you're also All right, we're going to chop it up here momentarily with Ralph James. We have a concert ticket giveaway during the Expressway. That's every day at this time, commercial free up until 8 o'clock. Marty Turco will join us to talk about whether the Stars are going to get swept, and Brett Boone causing Jared Sandler to tune in from Pittsburgh at 9:20. Odyssey Baseball Insider. He'll join us every other hump day here on your home of Rangers baseball. But I'm most excited for this Mavs NBA segment. I got a lot of things to throw in here. Number one, the Tolos just got it so wrong with Mike Bassick's poll question that Mike put out yesterday. If Luka needed advice on his game and career path, who is he calling? Who should he be calling? 2,500 Tolos voted, and 62% of them got it dead wrong in saying you call Jordan over LeBron. If Luka needed advice on his game and career path, 62% of the Tolos said you call Mike. Incorrect. False.
Why? Why is that wrong?
Because Kobe Bryant should be calling Michael Jordan, because that's the exact same style of play. And Luka Doncic should be calling LeBron James, because that is the exact style of play. What is Michael going to tell Luka that's different from LeBron, besides being a killer in the fourth quarter and taking over? Body size, body type, passing, facilitating, getting others involved. The last thing Luka Doncic needs right now would be for Michael Jordan to be like, just shoot the ball more. Just go ahead and gun. Just stop. Just stop talking. LeBron is in shape. LeBron's played for 20 years. You're not going to get conditioning differences. I'm trying to think of any reason or aspect for Luka to call Mike over LeBron, and there is not one.
Don't you feel like Michael Jordan, given their personalities, and we could be wrong, we only know them as public faces, but I think after The Last Dance, we all have a pretty good idea of Michael's personality.
Yeah.
Don't you feel like Michael is more likely to give him the harsh, direct truth about his shortcomings?
Oh.
And like, dude, you're dropping the ball here. You're doing this wrong. Whereas LeBron, who has had to deal with a ton of criticism, might be a little more sympathetic to, hey, just handle your business, block out the noise. Like, I feel like Jordan is more likely to push Luka into, you got to be better.
Yeah.
Give him
the reality dose.
Yeah. Poor Scott Burrell in The Last Dance, and the way Mike would just ride him. I could see that being beneficial to Luka.
I wonder, though, how much of that, like, would Mike do that to somebody who wasn't a teammate?
I mean, I was just thinking about this from a similarity standpoint.
I get it, yeah.
He's Jordan Brand. He's a teammate like that.
Luka's game is way more LeBron than it is Jordan. What this shows is the LeBron hatred that's out there. That's all this poll shows. Because there's no reason to say that Luka shouldn't try to copy LeBron's game more so than Jordan's. None. Zero.
I mean, look, Michael Jordan wouldn't be petitioning to repeal Taco Tuesday down 3-0 in the conference finals.
Saw that commercial again yesterday. He's like hard up. This feels like a mission. This feels like something he's setting out to do, not to get paid from Taco Bell, but because he got censored on this, and that ticked him off.
It did. Somebody told him no. It was the first time in his life. Somebody said no to him. It upset him.
Taco John's then or whatever should be the GM of the Lakers.
But like,
teach him to say no to some of his terrible personnel moves.
Don't you just got a hat tip to Taco John's here? I mean, they got it.
So look,
hat tip.
That's a hypothetical. Now let's get to reality. Colin Cowherd started this months ago, and yesterday he was on Twitter again talking about Anthony Davis coming here.
Dallas would love AD. He solves all their issues. He gives them a second score. He's not at all ball dependent. Luka gives you the 70 games and the consistent energy. Anthony scores 23 without really setting up plays for him. He gives them a rim protector. I heard at the trading deadline, Dallas has their eye on Anthony Davis, and they think the Lakers, they think LeBron still has a soft spot for Kyrie Irving. I think the Lakers and the Mavericks, you will hear in the next month something. I really believe that. And I think you have to take the phone call and listen.
So yesterday, AD for Kyrie was trending all day long, in major part because of this. Now, he's right. Anthony Davis does fill every single need here. Size, defense, rebounding, not going to demand the basketball. That's part of his cowardly personality. All that is true. The problem, as Tim McMahon told us, and we can go find that clip, Peyton, from the last time Tim was on.
He allows us also to check his podcast.
Yeah, before we have to pay to play audio from his podcast, he's like, that's not happening. Why would Anthony Davis want to come here? Why would the Lakers, in trying to go all in for LeBron's final year, get rid of Anthony Davis? Kyrie Irving is just going to say, I'm leaving for L.A., and you can have me go for free, or you can try to get something back. And Anthony Davis is not going to be a part of that. But Cowherd is right about all the different needs that would be filled when he's able to play.
Yeah.
When he plays.
It would fill a lot of needs. But the likelihood is that's not going to happen. Because, outside of the fact the Lakers still want to win, they also certainly don't want to help out a West foe. That's just not what they want to do.
What is LeBron and Kyrie with no Anthony Davis? You're not a championship contender.
Right, you're not.
You need them all. We asked Tim McMahon, because this was floated by Cowherd weeks and weeks ago. We're talking about Kyrie signing trades with the Lakers. We asked Tim McMahon if this was possible.
No, Anthony Davis without question. And I would say that, all of my interactions with Kyrie have been generally positive interactions. I was pleasantly surprised that I actually enjoyed covering him. Has it changed my perception of him? No, it hasn't. Simply because, you understand this was a very brief time that he had all the incentive in the world to not create any kind of issues, but he didn't. He did not create any kind of issues. He was a positive guy in the locker room. He was not the problem. He just wasn't the solution. And there's no chance I would rather have him as your running mate than Anthony Davis. And honestly, if you give anybody with the Mavericks true serum, would they do a sign and trade that would get Anthony Davis back in Dallas? They would do backflips if they could pull that off. Are you kidding me? Just absolute backflips. But the chances of that happening, I don't even want to. I don't want to pump up any hope whatsoever because number one, AD's value is significantly higher than Kyrie's. Number two, I just don't know why the Lakers would cooperate with that. And the only possible way it would be is if Anthony Davis is demanding out. And then even if that's the case, again, I think his value is significantly higher. So, but yeah, I would rather have the guy who can be a dominant defensive anchor for sure. And I think if you watch the Mavericks, you'd realize a dominant defensive anchor is something this franchise could use.
And it's great. It'd be great to have him here. He is obviously an incredibly inconsistent player, though, as we've talked about. Look, I pulled it up because I know you. I think, Sean, you were the first one to really kind of make me start thinking about the every other game performance thing. These are just his point totals from this last playoff run. 22, 13, 31, 12, 31, 16, 30, 11, 25. This dude is literally money every other game.
That's music to Luka's ears, though.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Hey, give me the ball. I'm the guy. That's the perception that's developing here around Luka.
I'm happy here.
Is that he has to be the guy. Anthony Davis doesn't need it, doesn't want to be in that spotlight for some reason. Perfect, but McMahon just shut the door on that. All right, 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. We'll get to Luka being called out by some other NBA players at 8:20 this morning. But right now, let's go ahead and chop it up.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
Gen Z is saving all the clothes in Sean Sharif's closet.
Uh-oh.
Ooh.
Sean, your general style of dress would be described as what?
Homeless? Bum?
I would say homeless.
It's either a button-down or a sweatshirt. That's what it is.
Radio chic is how I would describe it, yeah.
I would say
Friday, Saturday, a button-down for dinner. Otherwise, sweatshirt.
If I had to describe one word, I would use the word baggy.
Comfort.
Okay. Comfort.
Gen Z is saving the clothes in Sean's closet.
Kings of Comedy.
So we already knew that Gen Z killed off skinny jeans in women. But they had not yet killed off skinny jeans in men. Until now.
Oh, no. What's Lil Wayne going to do?
Skinny jeans are an ick. That's another one. That's one of those Gen Z terms, by the way. Ick.
Good job, Gen Z.
Ick. Gen Z basically wants to destroy everything millennials put in. That's kind of what happens with new generations. Gen X wanted to destroy everything baby boomers did. Millennials wanted to destroy everything Gen X did. And now Gen Z is trying to kill off everything that millennials do. What is the next one? Alpha? The Alpha generation? I think that's the one that's like that's coming up after Gen Z. Well, whatever.
Gen Z is doing the Deion Sanders bit to the millennials, just cleaning house.
Cleaning house, absolutely. So they say they're uncool, cringeworthy, and totally yesterday. They are denouncing slim-fitting denim for both women and men. They already did women, like I said. They did women last year. This year, it's men. They are trading their skinny jeans for baggier trousers. These are hideous, though. Okay, because they are doing not only baggy trousers, they're doing baggy high-water trousers. And there is nothing worse. When I had to get my suit done, tailored, I thought Sarah was gonna have a heart attack when I put my pants on, and the tailor had made them a little higher than she wanted. Like they touched the shoe. Thank God they touched the shoe, because if there was any ankle that was shown just walking around, I'd have worn my pants so low walking in. I'd have worn them like I'm going on Jerry Springer show low. Remember that they would wear those pants super low. Yeah, no, right? So this fashion trend though, POV, you finally stop wearing your skinny jeans. That's the new TikTok thing. People posting photos on TikTok.
What are you going to do with your skinny jeans now?
Nothing. I have slim fit.
Okay.
Right, slim fit. Okay. I'm going to keep rocking them. And I'm going to keep rocking them with my cowboy boots. Okay. I'll wear slim fit with cowboy boots. I don't care. I don't care what you say. I don't like the baggy. I don't like the baggy jeans where you got to crease them. I think it just bunches up too much.
I hated the skinny jeans trend anyway. That one can die. Look, if Gen Z wants to take that one out, that one's perfectly fine for me.
Yeah. Why would a male want anything all up in your cracks and crevices?
I will say they are super soft. Like they're super stretchy, right? It's not like they don't feel skinny jeans don't feel like regular jeans. Like those Levi jeans are like coarse, hard. Skinny jeans are not like that. They're way more comfortable.
How many did you have? Be honest.
Oh, skinny jeans, 0. I'm all regular jeans. I think I have 3 pairs.
Asshole slim fit back there.
Ryan, what you got? Any skinny jeans? No skinny jeans for Ryan.
BS.
Peyton was more a Jinkos guy. I could definitely see Peyton being like baggy jeans.
Jean shorts.
Cargo shorts.
Short. You're definitely a jorts guy. Yeah, I could see that one too. So, like I said, they're replacing them with baggy trousers. Kind of like this look.
Okay.
All right. Very baggy.
I like it.
Now, I'm hopeful. The only thing I'm hopeful on with this is that they bring back the baggy white linen pants. I used to rock some white linens. No underwear, of course, when I wear those things. But those were amazing.
White linen pants?
White linen pants. Go to a little beach, whatever. That's what you got there. All right. How about the next thing that Gen Z is canceling? Credit cards. 69%. Nice. Of Gen Z is using cash now more than they did 12 months ago.
Wow.
More than Gen X at 47% or baby boomers at 37%. This is what they're called cash stuffing.
I'm surprised because it takes effort to go to the ATM and get cash out.
Yeah.
And why not just go ahead and swipe that card? As you told me, people don't go to the Walgreens or the CVS to pick up something.
Yep.
They just order it on Amazon.
Yep. So like flip phones, macro mini skirts, popcorn tops, and cash. That's what Gen Z is bringing back. So you've heard of this old budgeting hack called cash stuffing or envelope stuffing. It's a Dave Ramsey trick where you just, at the beginning of the month, you take all the cash, you stuff it in envelopes, and you write on the envelope, food, entertainment, whatever. When that money is done, you're done for the month in those categories. And that's a Dave Ramsey hack on how you can save money over the course of time.
Wow.
And Gen Z is taking
You
this
should
approach.
listen up here.
I was going to say, what does he have a tipping envelope separate from the rest of it?
Yeah, how much did y'all drop last night?
Yeah. Let me guess.
Not bad.
Hang on.
I heard Wolchuk was the big dog.
Yeah, I bet you tipped $200 up front to make sure they kept coming back.
No. That didn't happen.
Say it. Or you don't want to say it on the day of your anniversary because your wife's listening.
Can't wait for lunch, honey.
According to Credit Karma, nearly half of Gen Z relies on social media for financial advice. That's dangerous, man. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you imagine relying on TikTok for financial advice?
Yeah.
I couldn't. But if you follow the right people, then you're okay. TikTok is leading the way. The hashtag cash stuffing, a whopping 1.1 billion views. Hashtag cash envelopes, 727 million views. Hashtag cash envelope stuffing, 191 million views. You have people on here that are just going around telling about they have canceled their bank account credit cards. They have canceled a lot of their debit cards. They don't, or not canceled. They put them away. They don't even use them anymore. They never carry credit cards with them. It's cash. You take a ton of envelopes. If you're going to go for dinner, you bring your restaurant envelope with you. If you're going to go to the mall, you bring your clothes on. Whatever it is, cash stuffing. That is the new Gen Z hack. I actually like it. I think it's smart.
Shaquille O'Neal said that when he wanted to go pro initially out of LSU, his mom said, here you go, balance his checkbook. Couldn't do it. She's like, you're not going anywhere. Next year, he came back. Mom, it's time to go pro. Handed him the checkbook. Bam. All over it. Knocked it out of the park. How many people could balance a checkbook right now?
It shouldn't be that hard, right? You just have your balance, and then you subtract what you just
Why do I need to carry 5 different envelopes if I'm like
if you're
balancing a checkbook?
Because you have the temptation to just spend more.
Okay.
Once the money runs out of the cash, you
starve.
Well, you have obviously there's more for home groceries and such. But next one, and this is interesting. This is called the everything shower.
Uh-oh.
Everything.
Oh. This is where you sit in a shower for 2 to 4 hours.
Sit,
wrinkles,
stand, sit, whatever. It's a Gen Z thing.
Imagine your sciatic nerve after this, Bobby.
Oh my gosh. Every time I get out of this chair, it hurts.
You take an extremely warm, steamy shower for 2 to 4 hours. Soap up every nook and cranny, blasting your favorite music. This has gone absolutely viral. Hashtag everything shower on TikTok. Almost 200 million views now. One person says it's better than sex. And they told right to the husband. I wash my hair, shave my legs, shave my armpits, deep condition, exfoliate, do skincare. I do everything in the shower. Like literally everything in the shower.
It's like Kramer cooking meals in there.
It's exactly like Kramer cooking meals. People do this once a week.
Look,
some do it once a month, 3 hours.
Who has that time? I'm calling BS on this. Forget time. The water bill. You better contact the Tolo, Dallas Utilities and Water. This can only be done in apartments when you're not responsible for the individual water bill.
Well, it's Gen Z, so they're at their parents' place.
Yeah. You're absolutely responsible for the water at your apartment. Are you not?
You get a...
Yeah, Sarah gets a water bill.
Yeah, some if you go over. I know in college, at least, if you went over a certain amount, then you're booked every.
Okay, because I don't remember individual water bills living in Uptown.
It's rolled into my rent where I'm at.
Okay, but it's
like it's divided out. It's like, hey, this group used this much water, and then they separate.
It's not for your individual apartment,
right?
Yeah, 2 hours. No one's doing this. 2 hours.
The weekly ritual includes washing her face, shaving her entire body, exfoliating all the dead skin cells, rubbing charcoal scrub on her armpits. Then she washes out the hair mask, applies a leave-in conditioner. Once out of the shower, she moisturizes with lotion and body oil, treats her face to a 7-step skincare routine, going in the comfiest pajamas she has. This is a real thing. I am blown away. They are doing the everything shower.
I want the longest shower time that you or anyone that you know takes at 877-881-1053. My cousin, he'd always come from California. He'd be in there for 40 minutes. Ridiculous. Like Amanda is in there for a really long time, but 40 minutes. I'm like, what are you doing, man? What are you doing, Preppy? I say it to him like AC Slater. What are you doing, Preppy?
Preppy.
Longest average shower time, 877-881-1053.
How do you, my question is, are these cold showers? Because 2 hours in, the hot water's gone.
True.
What are they doing?
If you have a tankless, you're okay. I got a tankless. Mine will last all day.
Wow.
What a flex.
I know, right? But I like cold showers anyway.
I think my...
Get a hot tub.
Yeah.
Hit up Chiafalo. Get a hot tub.
I think my general average is probably about 10 minutes. Kristen's maybe 15 to 20 with all her hair she's got to wash. I mean, that's but I can't imagine being in a shower for longer than just doing whatever it takes to clean off.
Plus the lice issue at y'all's school.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
What are the totals saying with the numbers?
Let's see here. I have 3 boys, at least 45 minutes apiece. Well, yeah, if you have 3 boys, 903. Minimum of an hour for my 16-year-old. Okay, yep, I think this is all adding up here. 214, I took a 45-minute shower once, now usually 2 to 3 minutes. That feels like too little. My son is an hour and 15.
Yeah.
So these are all teenage boy times.
Yeah.
This person, 1 hour shower once a week. It's amazing. I took an edible, got lost in the shower for 20 minutes. I can see that one. Hung over 45 to 60 minutes. Normal time, it's 7 minutes.
Okay.
So, all right. Bachelor parties or the Chili's wedding?
Ooh. Let's go bachelor parties.
All right. A survey, and this is not a small survey. A survey of over 6,000 people say that 70% of them have cheated on their partners at a bachelor party or bachelorette party.
70%?
70%. That seems a touch high.
That's very high.
That seems a touch high. Now, I guess it depends on what is defined as cheating or infidelity. 21% say they have kissed somebody on a bachelor or bachelorette party.
Wow.
I think that would be classified.
That would qualify.
11% admit to actually
Going
getting
all the
into
way.
relations with someone else.
Hooking up, which I thought was just kissing up until, 3 years ago.
Yep.
So innocent.
9% said they had a group setting.
Good Lord.
Yes.
Okay.
As a last kind of go around. And this is the interesting one because I don't consider this infidelity. But
Listen up, Sarah.
30%. She doesn't either. I talked to her about this.
She probably in the group part.
33%. How'd you know? 33%.
You say it on the radio all the time.
I did not. 33% said a lap dance.
Oh, come on. Stop.
That's
All right.
not.
All right, so erase 33.
So it's 40%.
Yeah, so 40%. And 30 lap dance is not cheating.
You're
I
fine
still
with
think-
your woman getting a lap dance?
Yeah.
If you saw a video on Instagram and you go, "Oh, she's having some fun," you're cool with that?
Yes.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, have a little bit of security.
Yeah.
A little bit. I tell her all the time, go. Let me give me a night to chill. I don't care. Go ahead. You're not gonna sit there and go all the way. I don't think. Tell me if you do.
You could just give me a heads
Just
up.
tell me.
Just give me a heads up. We'll be fine.
Yeah, just tell me afterwards. But no, lap dance, that's not cheating.
not.
But a lot of people would consider it. My wife would probably get ticked off. She would probably throw a hissy fit over that.
Yeah. Now, I'm still thought.
Alba limo for y'all's bachelor parties, by the way.
40% still seems high. It still seems high.
Yeah.
Now,
40%.
What's the most unfaithful state?
Ooh, New York.
Nevada.
Wow. Could be further from each one, huh?
Yeah, pretty much.
It is Delaware.
Delaware
at 89%.
Shout out Joe Flacco.
I mean, what are you going to do out there?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Delaware.
Apparently other people.
Exactly.
people.
It's the old Wayne's World joke. Hi, I'm in Delaware.
Imagine the strip clubs in Delaware. Look those up.
You might be onto something because guess what number 2 is?
Montana.
Close. North Dakota.
Wow.
Oh, my gosh.
86%. Idaho is third. 85%.
You got to fly in strippers for those states.
Now, the most committed states.
It's like Barkley has been saying
It's
for
the top import.
It's like Barkley has been telling Wembanyama, you won't have to worry about your weight problem in San Antonio. And that always sets off Shaq when he goes, Victoria, definitely a secret down there.
The most committed states. Nebraska, 51%.
Most committed?
Most committed.
They're out in the cornfields all day.
So even Nebraska, more than half admit to some form of cheating at their bachelor or bachelorette parties.
Jeez.
Vermont is next at 64%, along with Maine at 64%.
This is kind of making me want to go down a Peyton rabbit hole. What I heard with that problem with your girl getting a lap dance, that's a little worrisome for me with the future of the Peyton dating game. That means we got. Didn't you admit you were a little bit jealous before?
I mean, am I jealous over my girl getting a lap dance from another guy? Absolutely. I mean, it's just, I think there's no question about it.
Bro, they're going to a strip club.
Yeah.
So
what are they doing, playing checkers?
So you would not, in a relationship, you're not going to the strip club to get a lap dance. You consider that over the line in your relationship.
Not cheating, but I wouldn't be comfortable with it. I think there's a little difference there.
Okay. I side with him. I wouldn't consider it cheating, but I'd feel weird about it.
You would care if Kristen went
I'd feel weird about it.
Now, is this a one-time thing? I mean, because what if it's every weekend? Is that a bigger deal?
I don't think it's definitely a bigger deal every weekend.
I'm not saying you're opening a door. You're cracking a small hole into the door.
Wow, Bobby, I'm surprised by you.
I'm not calling, like I said, I wouldn't call it cheating. I don't know that I'd love it though.
Okay.
I'd feel a little weird about it.
I mean, I wouldn't love it, but it's like
I said. Well, I guess especially like knowing her. Knowing Kristen,
tell us more.
No, I'm just saying, knowing Kristen's personality. If all of a sudden she said, "I'm going to do this," it's like that's such a jump for the way you are.
No, I'm saying she goes there with a bachelorette party. They're all sitting around, and one of the friends pays the dancer $20 and goes, "Get her," and the guy does his thing.
I wouldn't love it.
Wow, insecure Bobby Bell.
I'm not insecure. I just wouldn't love it. I would, like I said, I certainly wouldn't want to see any like Instagram videos.
Well, the way
of
you're phrasing it is like a little. Would you have a problem with her or say something to her?
No, I probably wouldn't say anything to her. I'd just like sit there and go like, "Well, that's great. I don't love that."
Quiet quit. Bobby would quiet quit.
He would quiet quit.
I'd quiet quit. Yeah.
Wow.
Zodiac signs most guilty of naughty behavior.
Oh Lord. Having a Chili's with the kids in the car.
Let's see. Peyton and I are both Virgo. 32% of males, 42% of women. So women are more likely to commit naughty behavior at 74%. Sean, is a Scorpio?
Yeah.
30% for males, 43% for women, so 73%. Let's see. Cancer's number one at 79%. Taurus also at 79%. Libra, Gemini, Pisces are rounding out your top 5.
Everybody lost their mind last night when they heard I was a Gemini. There's like a group of people that were like, "Oh my gosh, a Gemini!"
Isn't that what Slater?
Yeah, it was the same. It was the same Slater reaction.
Yeah.
All right.
How did that come up?
With last night,
watch party.
I heard them talking about it, and I chimed in.
Okay. All right, let's move on. Chili's.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I went to a wedding recently over the weekend. I thought the food was okay.
Yeah.
It wasn't spectacular. It was good. It was a buffet. It was good stuff. You know, it wasn't, like I said, it wasn't it wasn't, filet mignon.
Right.
They didn't have chicken cordon bleu. I don't know if that's good or not, but whatever. Kind of sounds fancy.
Generally, all wedding food is subpar. You just
Generally.
you can't get it all out in time. You're trying to save some money. Even if you serve filet mignon, it's going to probably come out a little bit cold. It's been sitting around for 30 or 40 minutes.
Yeah.
That's my opinion.
Generally, it has.
My wife canceled my Indian buffet idea for my wedding, which probably would not have worked in the 100-degree sauna with curry emanating out of people's pores. But it would have stayed hot.
It would have stayed
It would
hot.
have tasted just like if you ordered at a restaurant. But even when you get filet and crab cake, it's probably sitting around for a while.
Yeah, it's not the greatest. I mean, they've got to serve it. They've got to pre-cut it.
Yep.
I mean, it's just a little bit different.
150 people.
Well, this bride gave new meaning to the term sitting around the food. She decided to order takeout for her guests at her wedding.
First of all, we loved the price point. I mean, you really can't beat that price point. Like, you just can't. It's insane that we only spent that much money for our wedding food. But we did have to do a lot of work on the back end that we weren't really expecting, because we had to pick it up pretty early because we didn't want to pay for the delivery fees. And it was St. Patrick's Day weekend in Savannah, Georgia, which is where we got married. And they were packed. They were so busy and they had to have it ready earlier in the day, which is okay with us. But we had to have someone pick up the food and take it all the way to our venue. We had to have my aunt, who thankfully works in food service, or we would have been SOL, set it all up, write specific sticky notes, show everyone how to warm things, to cook things appropriately so no one got sick. And that was just a lot more work than we had anticipated. Normally when you order from Chili's, they deliver it, they bring it, they set it all up, it's already made, people can just serve. But for reference, we picked up the food at 11 and we weren't serving the food until 6.
Ugh. Okay, so what's the problem? That they've got it from Chili's, or that the time lapse?
Well, I mean, look.
When you hear Chili, I got no problem. First off, I need to know what the food is, but I don't think I have a problem with this.
You spent $1,900. That's pretty good.
For how many people?
Like there was like 100 people.
Okay.
All right. Which is really inexpensive.
Yeah. Sounds pretty cheap.
I mean, that's not bulk pricing though, right? Chili's has 2 for $20. You spend 19 a person. Doesn't sound like sounds like they give you a $1 discount.
So that's a fairly good price, I think. But you
11 to 6.
You got to heat up your own food. They hand you a cold bag of the All-American burger, and you got to go find a microwave to heat it up. 11 to 6.
Yeah.
I should get destroyed for this. Now, look, I mean, you want to serve Chili's, it's your wedding, but if you can't, I mean, I don't know. Like, I think it's like you don't have 100 people there. Cut the list down in half and have a real meal.
Like, look, I'm just looking at their menu right now. If I told you were getting, a lot of people serve fajitas, maybe a good wedding food.
Yeah.
No, that's a big party food. Fajitas, Cajun chicken pasta, sirloin. That's just as good as many wedding options.
Yeah. Oh,
than
it's
the chicken
fine.
or the fish.
Yeah, it's fine. Like they could have done a giant fajita tray.
Yeah.
Like several giant fajita trays instead of getting like, oh, here's this and that. Because they ordered if you look at the receipt, they ordered a ton of stuff. They ordered a ton of things, ton of items. It's hard to see the receipt exactly what it was, but you can see how long it was and what they ordered.
Yeah, I got no problem with it. I think people get scared when they just hear Chili's is going to be the wedding food.
Massively underrated. I love Chili's.
Really? Very good.
The honey chipotle chicken crispers, the queso, some of the best around. It's perfect.
All right, there it is, chopping it up every hump day.
Hump day.
Here on DFW Sports Station. We want to hook you up with a concert ticket giveaway. And what word will Marty Turco use to describe the Stars' embarrassment last night? Maybe the word's embarrassment. Marty Turco, next.
All right, Cholo's first call at number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 will win a pair of tickets to see Avenged Sevenfold along with special guests Falling in Reverse at Dickies Arena in Fort Worth on October 15th. Get tickets now at livenation.com. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
RJ Chop.
our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
He didn't play in the first 2 games with a lower body injury. Shot in the goal. Beautiful pass to set up Marchessault. And Vegas with the first goal of the game, just a minute and 11 seconds in.
I don't know who was laughing. I want that person fired out of the ESPN booth, and it only got uglier from there. Good morning, Metroplex, Sean, RJ, and Bobby. After the Stars probably saw their season come to an end last night. 4-0. I mean, the top 5 things that happened in this game could be headlines on their own for any other game in terms of Oettinger's performance, in terms of all the different ejections, the Stars fans throwing things on the ice, quitting, effort, getting called out by the national media. Before the game, Vegas had an 81% chance of winning the series, minus 410. And now it's gone up much higher. Let's talk about it with the great Marty Turco back with us here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Marty, the one word that you would describe or use for last night's performance.
Man, it was. I think this last night was sad. It really was. You know, there's a lot of other words that come to mind, but you know, it's something that's hard to get over. But you know, I slept on it and woke up this morning thinking of a lot of the better things that we've done over the last, 30 years, 20 years, 10 years, and even this year that certainly outweigh, one night of some embarrassing acts. But for the people that were involved on the ice, I know they're better than that, and they know that themselves. Don't need to even bring that up, in my opinion, but of course we will. And then, just from fans too, man, we're lucky. We got really passionate fans, and so it's hard to turn it off sometimes, but we prefer cooler heads to prevail and let everybody enjoy the night, even when it is a sad game and an emotional one, and one we needed to have, and didn't play close to what we needed to, and to react like that was not ideal. Hopefully it's just a learning experience, and any of our other fans that were affected can get over it.
You sound defeated.
I am just because of last night. Yeah, just people throwing stuff and my favorite player on the team. It's something that we don't want to see him, but he's a stand-up guy, and we have a chance to come back and make amends. But it's tough when you're down 3-0 and it happens like that. It's just not what you want to see as a person who loves this organization.
So take us through that play with Jamie Benn. Was that did that start out as a message to send? Like you saw the team was maybe a little lackluster, even a minute and a half in, and wanted to send a message, or did he just get carried away? Did he just lose his cool? Like, what do you think happened there?
I don't know, but I think all of the above, really. Like, he is such a leader and dependent upon, in moments like this of levity that in a must win, and he's a guy that has carried a team on his back before and still carries that responsibility. So, yeah, I think it was just that. And obviously it wasn't the intention, I don't think. I just, lost it for a second. And even though you want to do the right thing and you are intense and you're all amped up and ready to go, there's just something you don't want to see for a lot of different reasons. And so I just think, just one play that got carried away and can't take it back.
Do you expect a suspension to be coming for Game 4 and possibly longer?
I don't know. These things, like, you never know. Sometimes it depends on the injury, which looks like Stone was fine, and sometimes they just take a singular act and determine it. I would be shocked if there was more, and I'd be happy to see him in the lineup because this team is gonna perform some NHL history. We're gonna probably need him on the ice.
Marty Turco is joining us here after the Stars get shut out at home 4-0 last night. Do you have more questions about composure or effort from that game?
That's a good question, actually. Does it have to be just both?
Yeah.
I would say probably composure. Just because, man, I mean, I was in Vegas. We all watched the games. We were there. We hung with them. My chances to win. Not even hung with them. Like we're on par with these guys. We deserve to be in this Western Conference final, and we come home, and I think so we're just like, hey, what played our game? I like our chances, honestly, and so I think it's more of a composure. I watched the first few shifts. It was revved up. The building was tense. Our guys were, playing as hard as I've seen them at the beginning of a game, just to making hits and forechecking and moving their feet. It's exciting to see, but it's just such an emotional game, and game that's played at high speeds. And you just kind of you lose a little bit, and so a little bit this time of year and in this sport, in this game, in the NHL means a big difference, right? And we saw that, and it is hard to get over when things don't go your way. And so I'd have to say the word composure if I had to choose.
Would you start Wedgwood for Game 4, or do you think they just need to continue to stay the course with Jake Oettinger?
I think we stay the course, and not because of Wedgie. Weggie's awesome. I actually love Wedgie. I love watching him play. The way he moves, and maybe because he's a littler guy like me, he's taller than me. But Otter's our guy. He's a young guy, and he's our future. And I guess I wouldn't be surprised either way. But I want to see him back out there, and if I'm him, I want to get back out there and say, hey, all right, you know what, got a mountain to climb. Let's just go and see what we can't do, and give me another chance. He's been, and we've all raved about him. We've all raved about his bounce back ability, and just to let one series affect it all is it's fair because I've been there, but it's also not fair in its entirety. So I don't know. If it was me, it's like, hey, let me take a run at this and give you what I have, and if it doesn't work, we'll address it later on. But at the end of the day, we're 4 wins away from the series and 8 from the ultimate goal, and let's all pull together. And when you need that, you need your best players to step up, and he's definitely one of them.
Marty Turco joined us here at 105 through the Fan. That third goal, obviously, is I'm clear sure he wants that one back. The first one, is that something that's just it's not really on him? That was a defensive lapse, and the goalie's really put in a tough spot.
Yes, but I look at it from a goalie perspective too, and I just think he was so locked in on the shot because we wanted it so much, and you could just tell everybody wanted it so much that, which is great, right? You can't replace those feelings, but you gotta react to all everything that's going on and move accordingly. So I think that's just it didn't help. Eichel's so smooth, and even though he's not shooting it, he's looking at the goalie like he is shooting it, and sticks are going everywhere, and those guys have been really good, making a lot of cross seam passes this series. It's so we could have got some help, and we could have reacted probably a little bit differently, but it's pretty easy sitting, 100, 150 feet away judging it. But I don't know. It was the whole thing was tough to watch because the building and our fans were so pumped up and ready to go. And hey, at the end of the day, that's sports too, right? And in this kind of game, things happen fast, and so. You just you want something so bad, and when it doesn't happen, you feel defeated, like I did when I got on the phone with you guys. But really proud of the guys so far, and you know what, it's not over at the end of the day, and I'd like to see what's going to happen come 2 days from now or tomorrow.
Would you qualify this as still a successful season, even if they end up losing or get swept in the West Finals?
I don't even want to think about that, but I've already said it. I'm proud. I'm really proud of these guys. It was a great year. 32 teams start the year, only 16 make it, and we've had some players have some great years. We had a team that really came together, and our future does look amazingly bright. But you don't get these chances very often, and so we got one, and it'd be hard to think about it Friday and Saturday to put it in those terms, but be a top 4 team. I don't care. Not even this team, any team. You do have to be proud because it's not hard this tournament and this league. So, but like I said, let's just concentrate on the next one and see what happens from there. Because hey, if it's happened before, you never know. And I'd love to witness it, to say the least.
Marty, thank you for the time. Have a better rest of the morning and afternoon. Here's the Game 4.
All right, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Marty Turco joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, you want someone that used to play that lives and dies. Yep. That's Michael Irvin-esque on the other side. Yes. Michael would just come on and yell and scream and let the team have it. Marty, that was
he's down.
That was down.
He's down bad. Our man's down bad. I even got a text from a mutual friend that said that
a mutual friend of you and Turco
and Martin. It said it was a rough night. It was a rough night for him.
He didn't even want to say Jamie Benn's name.
Yeah,
he was kind of like the ESPN studio crew who didn't want to totally destroy Ben because of his reputation and the type of guy and teammate they know him to be. And I think Marty was just really disappointed that Jamie would go there. He obviously. He snapped.
But, even on the broadcast last night, none of the guys in the intermission report wanted to call Jamie out either. Right,
that's what I was saying.
Yeah, they like him. I mean, it seems like this is so out of character. Now, I don't know Jamie Benn. I don't know him personally, but
it's not your mutual friend.
We don't have mutual friends. Maybe we do. I have no idea. But
Jamie didn't text you and say, "Wow, Turco sounds rough."
Jamie did not text. He was not the one who texted me that said, "Man,
okay,
Marty took it hard last night." Stop it. But that's nobody wants to call out Jamie Benn for this. He's been the captain. He's been here forever. He made a mistake. I don't know if he was trying to get the team up. It seems like an odd thing to do. Like, you don't want to take a penalty when you're already down 1-0.
Yeah.
And you don't want a game misconduct and a potential suspension.
Yeah.
And you don't want your team to go on a 5-minute power penalty kill.
And can we call this an ejection? I got confused. I got thrown off. I thought he was just going to be gone for 5 minutes. Game misconduct, gone. I see him leaving. Game misconduct for Domi. He's got ejection. Is there something about today's society with cancel culture?
No,
or ejection?
It's been a game misconduct since probably before the NBA had injections.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, this was just.
I need a referee to be a little bit more animating. You're out of here.
You need to get the sign. You need to understand, like, oh, all right, he's leaving.
Yeah.
He's not just going into a box there. It felt, honestly, I know we talked about it earlier. It felt almost like personal, like when you see it.
Yeah.
For all the excuses we can come up with, it looked from the outside. It looked very personal.
And who do y'all think should start Game 4 in goal? Marty Turco, along with these guys, think it should be Otter. I'm not going to go crazy or flip out if it's Wedgwood. You got to determine the confidence level now. Who are you going to vote for, Peyton? Who do you think it should be or will be?
It's got to be Otter. He's been your guy all season long. I mean, sure, it's been, a fluky, kind of up and down postseason, but you got to go with your guy. You're sending the wrong message, I think, if you bench him, the entire game.
All right, Rangers win. Is there a bird problem in Major League Baseball? Birds may be getting baseball teams canceled, and some former players calling out Luka Doncic. All of that next. Hump Day edition continues right here on The Fan.
Well, let's get you over.
Jay right here on 105.3 The Fan segment brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Tonight was about the Celtics showing their heart, playing with pride. They did it, and they roar from behind, and they send a message to the Miami Heat that we're not done yet. The final score in Game 4, Boston 116, Miami 99.
And that kills all the sweeps taking place in the conference finals. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and Bobby with you. Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
Very fitting clouds out there after the Stars' performance. They did their part to keep the sweep story alive. The Celtics ruined things, though, but I got the numbers from Vegas and Bet Online. The NBA Eastern and Western Conference Finals have never had both winners sweep in the same year. Closest was 16-17 when the Warriors swept the Spurs. Zaza Pachulia running underneath Kawhi. The Cavaliers also beat the Celtics 4-1. That was the closest. The odds of a Heat and Nuggets combined sweep before each series started, 520-1.
Wow.
520-1. NHL Eastern and Western Conference Finals have had both winners sweep in the same year one time in 1992. Penguins sweep, Blackhawks sweep. The odds of a Panthers and Golden Knights combined sweep before each series started, 165-1. So if you lay down $1 or $10 on that, you're still sitting pretty. The odds of all four of the teams leading their conference finals sweeping, so both in the NBA, both in the NHL, 88,000-1. So if anyone out there put down $10 on all four sweeps happening, you're mad at the Boston Celtics after last night.
Yeah,
because it's now over.
Yeah, it's now over. That would have been that would have been one of the best bets ever placed. Now it would have been crazy to do because it's never going to happen. But to win $88,000 off a $10 bet. Oh wait, $880,000.
Yeah, $10.
$880,000 off a $10 bet. That's insanity.
Yeah, I mean the fact that those odds are where they're at. I mean, you hear what 88,000-1, Sean. I mean that's like almost as difficult odds as the Stars coming back and winning this particular series now, and rebounding from that. But man, it's just been a brutal. As good as a lot of the NBA playoffs has been for some of these series, as exciting as some of these NHL series has been, it's just been a brutally boring conference finals for both leagues.
NBA Finals outcome, according to Vegas, is what? Who wins?
NBA Finals outcome, according to Denver.
Yep.
Nuggets. Yeah.
Denver to beat Miami is 4-7. Miami to beat Denver is 9-4. Stanley Cup champion.
Florida.
Vegas.
Why'd you say them?
Just because Florida's kind of on their Cinderella run.
The hockey hamster.
The hockey
Bobby
hippo.
Bell, the hockey hippo. Vegas, then Florida at 3-2. Vegas is plus 115. Will LeBron retire?
No.
1-10, minus 1,000. Yes is plus 550. And yesterday, you came up with a reason why he's definitely not going anywhere. And Bobby has another reason with him teaming up. Let's start off with the ownership.
All right. Well, he wants to own an NBA team or a major professional sports team. He already has a small stake. He's part of the Fenway Sports Group, so he's got a small stake in like a European soccer team. There's a stake that he has like in the Penguins. But we know that he wants to be a true owner of a professional team. That costs money. Now, LeBron already is a billionaire or close to it, but he would be giving up, if he retires this offseason, he would be giving up an extra $100 million over the next 2 years. For somebody that wants to own an NBA team or an NFL team or a major league, whatever, you're not going to give up $100 million when you still need money. Now, if he wants to get investors, that's one thing. But if he wants to be the Jerry Jones, the sole proprietor, right? If that's what he wants to be, then he's going to need that extra $100 million. You just don't. People don't. Even billionaires don't walk away from $100 million.
Well, it's Aaron Rodgers. We're like, he ain't gonna walk away from 50, 60, whatever he was getting. Not gonna walk away from that.
Well, and forget just the financial aspect of it. All the discussion, he has talked almost obsessively throughout the last 5-6 years about how his dream would be to play with Bronny. That's his whole thought process here. And so I don't think that's all of a sudden just going to get turned off. Now, could he, like we were talking about yesterday, could he walk away for a year and come back? I guess that's possible.
He'd still be under contract, though.
He's
under contract. Him and AD are under contract for one more year before their player options.
Yeah, and so the Ringer actually had their 4 reasons why LeBron is threatening retirement, and they all make sense, the first 3 anyway. Number 1, LeBron's actually weighing retirement. Okay. 2, LeBron might retire for 1 year. Okay, makes sense. 3, LeBron is publicly negotiating again. These could all be at play, honestly.
Yep.
And then number 4, this is from Kevin O'Connor. This isn't just nobody. Number 4, LeBron is basically setting up to demand a trade to the Warriors. The Warriors. He says, how soon until Draymond Green begins recruiting LeBron to the Warriors? Did it happen as soon as LeBron stepped off the podium Monday night? Will it happen before the finals next Thursday? No one needs a source to tell you those conversations will happen if they haven't already, given Draymond's love for LeBron, the clutch connection, and his history of recruiting. If LeBron were to, at the end of his career, bail to the Warriors,
I can't imagine that. I can't imagine. I mean,
that would damage his legacy so much.
That is like this is a rivalry.
Who are they going to give up? Does he have a trade proposal in there? Because it doesn't sound like you're getting rid of Draymond. You're not getting rid of Steph. Nobody wants your crappy, whatever they called the next future that they drafted. They did set it up perfectly philosophically, but Kuminga, I can't remember the other young players.
They have Wiseman.
It says if LeBron wants out, the Lakers could retain their future assets could ask for all of Golden State's young talent. Jordan Poole, Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody, and a bunch of picks.
Okay, whoop-de-doo.
Yeah.
But if he wants out, he wants out. LeBron can get whatever he wants.
I think part of he could also be.
I thought he was coming here with Draymond.
Right. He could also be planning, just saying, hey, I'm not really sure what I do, and then return around the All-Star break. That's his own version of load management. I'll get there in February. I'll get in shape. I'll be in shape anyway because I'm LeBron. And LeBron's always in shape. I'll save my legs, and I'll be ready for the stretch.
This would be worse for him than for KD when KD went to Golden State. I think for his reputation, it would be worse for him.
I don't think so.
Really?
Yeah, I don't credit KD with any championships right now. I would still credit LeBron, and he would still be. I don't think this can't knock him out of being my second greatest player ever.
No, it wouldn't knock him out either. I think it would just completely
he gets torched.
It would completely solidify it as you always ran from competition. You always and so for Katie getting killed from it for one leap, this would be the third time LeBron's done something like this that would get him killed, and it's with his ultimate rival.
Yeah. Speaking of being in shape, Spencer Dinwiddie, who I'll forever regret not trying to set up a weekly show with here at the Fan. When he was a Maverick, he got in the War of Words with Kyle Kuzma. He was on the Gilbert Arenas podcast. So it's Gilbert Arenas, Brandon Jennings, and Spencer Dinwiddie. And Spencer was asked, he's your former teammate, where does Luka need to improve for the Mavs to be a title contender?
What does Luka need to do to make the Mavs a legit championship contender? Like, what does he need to do personally as a player to help get this team right?
Get in shape. Ooh. Well.
That was Jennings.
I think that's tough. That's my guy. And I love Dallas too. I think defense, obviously. I think he does give effort to a degree on that end, but it can be higher level and you want to get to a space where they're not hunting you, obviously. Because it's never good when your best player is getting, targeted on defense. And then I just think whenever the right roster gets around him, he's probably just gonna have to, probably change play style a tiny bit.
Okay. He didn't want to go all in. He was like Marty Turco. He was like PK Subban talking about Jamie Benn last night. He didn't want to go all in. It pained him to try to start the answer to that question. He didn't want to call Luka fat, out of shape. He didn't want to go there.
Which is encouraging to me. In terms of for Luka's relationships with players, because we hear sometimes like, how good are his relationships with people? Spencer Dinwiddie has clearly shown he has no problem torching bridges.
Yeah.
And you could tell he was very uncomfortable at the idea of even sounding like he was criticizing Luka.
Yeah, I mean, like they're old teammates, they're friends. You don't want to do that. But would it have been good for him though to hear it?
Yes. Brandon Jennings didn't have any problem, the former Milwaukee Buck, calling Luka out for something else.
Get in shape and stop bitching.
You think he's out of shape?
Yeah, stop bitching. Why are you always crying to the refs?
That's what the players do.
Yeah, but God, but like it's 4-on-5 every time. Like,
I don't like that. Like if you gonna get up the court and then wait till like a dead ball because the nigga out or something, but
and not to compare.
But you don't think he's in shape?
Is he in shape?
I don't know.
All them beers?
I don't know.
I mean, I think to his shape, I think he's in shape. But if you're talking about that elite level, I can be at the rim every single time and defense, or like, when we talk about Giannis Bron type of like shape, well, no, but he can hoop.
And you always say guys training. Like guys aren't training to go to the so that's why I'm saying you're not in that type of shape.
And it's crazy when like the outside world listen to. They'll see a player, he's playing 37 minutes, and then
you can hide in the game.
And then you be like, yo, you're not in shape. And they'll be like, how can you do it? He's one, like, if you trust me.
Okay, that last part to me is fascinating, and I get fooled by it. 37, 38 minutes, you're in shape. They were saying, trust me, you can hide minutes.
Mm-hmm.
You can hide minutes. LeBron, when he's getting older, he's not going to play defense every possession. You take off possessions, during the moments of the game, so you can be out there. So the minute total can be a little bit misleading according to these guys.
Yeah, you're out there, but you ain't out there.
Yeah.
And it happens. And every player's going to do that. It doesn't matter who it is. Like, you're going to have to take, just look at the plays where like LeBron doesn't bring the ball up the floor, right? He could be just standing over in the wing, walking, not really trying to get the basketball, not really moving without the ball. That's rest. He's getting active rest there, catching his breath. Maybe he doesn't hustle back in the very next defensive possession. He'll cover somebody who doesn't move. That's rest. Need a moment. Let's go.
9:20. We are going to debut Brett Boone every other hump day here on your home of the Rangers, host of the Brett Boone podcast, an Odyssey original featuring the most notable names in baseball and all around sports every week. And we have a bird problem in baseball.
We do have a bird problem. So, we haven't really had this issue in about 25 years in Major League Baseball, since Randy Johnson famously killed a bird with a pitch. One of the most preposterous things I've ever seen in my life. He pitches the ball in spring training, and a bird explodes right before home plate.
Yeah.
It was an amazing, amazing video. Well, we have had two such instances in the last week in Major League Baseball. We had a situation where they were just throwing in the outfield. Zach Gallen hit a bird with a pregame toss, which sparked the memories of Randy Johnson. And then Will Brennan of the Guardians appears to have killed a bird when he was... the bird was just sitting on the infield grass, and he goes opposite field with it, and it lands right on the bird.
Dang.
Kills two birds in the same week in Major League Baseball. Had to put nets up everywhere outside the stadium. You got an open-air stadium, put nets up just across the top of the stadium.
Maybe it wasn't Tolo shooting at us then at our windows. It was birds. Birds running right into it.
Birds.
I hope so. I hope those birds are dead because of it. A new solution. I'm kidding, PETA. A new solution for the Cowboys at kicker, and the other headlines from the rest of the OTAs. That's brought to you by Bosch right here on The Fan.
But let's get you over to
Great Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off
no,
my belt.
we're not. Which crappy kicker do you want to next ruin the Cowboys playoffs? That's what we're going to decide here. So we talked earlier today, Brandon McManus out in Denver. How long has he been in the league now? 9 years. So this will be his 10th year coming up, 10-year veteran. And a guy who's been a really successful kicker along the way. Guy who has shown he's got a lot of range, big legs, something that the Cowboys are always big fans of. They like the guys with the extended range. You remember last year we were watching the kicking competition, and we were joking about Garibay just not even keeping them on the same field. Literally, in some instances, kicking them to the opposite practice field. And
Denver is trying out Maher?
Denver is trying out Maher. So they've walked away from Brandon McManus and are trying out Maher if you need some, a reference point for maybe where McManus is. Because statistically, it doesn't look bad. It doesn't look great because he had a 77% field goal percentage last year. Vast majority of it, like Chop mentioned earlier, on the 50-yard kicks. But you're not going to be necessarily near perfect on those, and he took a lot of them. He took 13 from 50 plus.
Right, and even though Denver does have a high altitude, it's got the conditions of the wind and such, rain, whatever.
Yep.
How many of those are outside? Half of his games here will be in a confined environment. So,
14 of his 19 misses over the last 3 years have all come from 50 plus.
Yep.
Inside of 50 has been pretty much money.
He's been pretty much nails. So, if that's the case, look, you don't have they don't have Adam Vinatieri here. Justin Tucker isn't walking through that door. Competition is a good thing.
So here's the thing, is that last year when we were at camp, Garibay was able to maintain his spot in the competition because he had a booming leg, even though it wasn't accurate at all. Because if you looked at Liram Hajrullahu, who was the other kicker in there, he was always really accurate, and it was just he couldn't kick it past 45 yards. So keeping in mind that the Cowboys clearly like big legs, that's a big part to them, and they clearly are very triggered by guys who miss extra points.
Yeah.
Then here's some of your options. Brandon McManus, who we already mentioned, the issue not only just missing the 50-yard field goals, he missed 2 extra points last year and had 3 misses inside of 33 yards on field goals, which those are extra points now. So from extra point distance, we're talking about he missed 5 kicks last year.
Yikes.
That's a little dicey. And does that leg power start to become more neutralized when he's not in the mile high air, when he's not getting that thin air that he's kicking into and carrying the ball an extra 5 to 10 yards or whatever it may be?
Right.
Something that the Cowboys have to look at. The Cowboys recently mentioned or acknowledged Mason Crosby, who would make a lot of sense just for the McCarthy connection. You're out on it?
Out.
I don't blame you.
He's Mr. 75%.
1 for 4 from 50 last year. Clearly not a guy with range that they want, the type of big leg that they want. And a guy who has had some issues with extra points in recent years. He has missed over the last 3 seasons 8 extra points.
Oh, he's gone through some ugly streaks.
It's like a game and a half of Brett Maher. I don't know that you want that on your team. So Mason Crosby's one. Another veteran kicker, Ryan Suckup, who was with Tampa Bay last year. He's somebody who's been fairly accurate inside on some of the stuff inside of 50. But again, a guy who was 2 for 7 last year from 50 plus. And then Robbie Gould, the one that everybody seems to love.
Yeah. Because he kills us.
He's extremely accurate, made 50 out of 51 on the extra points last year, 84% kicker. And even though he didn't kick a lot of 50-yarders, he made both of them. He was 2 for 2. His range is just really limited. You don't have a lot of great answers here. And I think, honestly, when you look at it and go, booming leg, accuracy, even though it's not perfect, the closest might be McManus, this kicker from Denver. So just something to watch there, especially after Bones Fossil told us basically anybody with a pulse is up for discussion.
Meanwhile, a developing situation in New York.
Oh, yeah. The Jets are working out the punt god. Matt Araiza, who was with Buffalo last year, was caught up in a scandal, a rape allegation. Him and a couple of other people with this one girl who turned out to be 17, and she had told people allegedly had told people at the party that she was 18. He was then 2 days later cut by Buffalo based on the allegations, and then he was cleared of any wrongdoing. Turned out that he wasn't even at the party. So he was cut, cleared, and now getting a workout with the. I'm happy that he's getting a workout. That's great. Like, Buffalo probably acted a little bit too soon. I mean, they went on the information they had at hand, and they weren't comfortable with having him around. But allegations did him in, and now, thankfully, he's getting a tryout.
Boy, they are really trying to get the heat off of Aaron Rodgers' calf. They're going to extreme lengths to try and distract from that.
And wasn't Robert Saleh talking about Super Bowl contenders?
Yes, he was. The Jets yesterday. I actually love this approach. So Robert Saleh was talking to the New York media.
And for the record, by the way, real quick, more teams should be in on trying this kid out. I'm surprised more teams haven't called to bring him in.
I am too. I wonder if they do believe that he is just too toxic, even though he was cleared. Like they said he wasn't even there. Now there are questions about whether or not he did engage in relations with this girl, who was a minor. But the other question is, did she lead people at the party to believe that she was over 18? And if she did, how does that play into his fault? In California, 17 is underage.
Yes. So, and he was the third punter taken in that draft, which was surprising. Everyone's like, I thought this guy was supposed to be a master. And the question came up. I remember asking somebody around the league, I was like, why did he go third? It was a stunner to everybody. And I was told by a couple different people, he's this giant leg, but he doesn't know how to use it. They think he'll boom it out of the end zone. He has no touch. And so this is really narrow, obviously, kind of scouted, but it's
a lesson in branding and imaging, because I was like, okay, he's going to be the best punter in the NFL. Punt God. Third punter taken? I didn't even realize that. And real quick, what was the fair catch rule? We should throw that in while we're talking about kicking.
So, go ahead.
Yeah, the fair catch rule, it's now everything, it's similar to the kickoff now, where everything fair caught or whatever, it's going to be the 25-yard line is where things at. Pat McAfee went off on this.
What's different about it?
Because it was the 20 on punts. It's now the 25. And so you can fair catch and get it at the 25.
If you fair catch it like on the 10?
No.
No,
you're
I'm talking about on the kickoffs.
Kickoffs.
You can fair catch at like the 3-yard line and get it at the 25. So
instead of just
McAfee thinks that's stupid.
They want even less returns.
They basically never want you to return the kick.
Yeah.
It's not long. I don't know how long it is, but it's not long before we don't have any kickoffs at all.
They're trying to completely eliminate them from the game. And honestly, it's the question of, when we've had the discussion before about, is Devin Hester a Hall of Famer? I wonder if the NFL just takes care of that question for us by eliminating what he did.
Yeah.
How much can history even remember you if they completely eliminate what you did?
So, the drop kick's like no more. They basically, let's just say they do. The moment they put in a 4th and 15 or 20 conversion for an onside kick, they will eliminate the kicking game. You will have no more reason for the kicking game, and they will just say it's a safety issue, and we're just going to put everybody at the 25-yard line, no kickoffs. You'll still have punts. Or maybe you know it, maybe you don't. Maybe they just give you 40 yards.
I mean, they keep adjusting it, and I don't know why this is the one rule they keep trying to tweak over and over again for safety. It seems like there are a lot of other things they could mess with. So Robert Saleh yesterday was talking to New York media, and it was a refreshing bit of honesty. He said, in my opinion, 32 coaches stand in front of their teams every year, talk about winning a championship, and then realistically, there's maybe 6 or 8 teams that have an actual chance to do it, and I think we are one of those teams. So is he being honest that he thinks they're one of the 6 or 8 teams? Maybe, maybe not. But just in general, to stand up there, I think it's refreshing not to be the one who says, any given Sunday, these are, what's the Stephen Jones line? Whenever they get beat really bad by a bad team and we're trying to ask questions about, hey, what happened there? Goes here, well, they pay their guys too.
Well, it doesn't impress me much when he's saying it when he's one of those teams.
Exactly. there is that aspect of it. And he could be fluffing that up. But this is the RJ Choppy line of thinking that every year it's not just this wide open field, that there's truly just a handful of contenders. So when you say 6 to 8 teams, my question, do you guys believe the Jets are in those 6 to 8 teams this year?
I have to believe it because I have the Aaron Rodgers bet with you.
But Rodgers could be good and the rest of it could fall apart.
Yeah, I'm not. Look, Kansas City's better. Buffalo is better. I'm still going to bet on Cincinnati
Cincy,
over them. So they're not a top 3 team in the AFC for me.
Is Dallas one of the 6 to 8 teams, do you think?
Yeah, because they're the NFC. You have to put a lot in it. Here's the problem.
The conference.
There are about 10 quarterbacks in the AFC that are legitimate, bona fide, real starting quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
3 are going to miss the postseason. You really have 3 to 5 quarterbacks in the NFC that are legitimate. You know what I mean? Like these are starting quarterbacks.
Yeah.
The Cowboys are in the conversation for all the wrong reasons. They're the 7 in a room full of 5s. That's what the NFC is.
Hot within a context.
Yeah, they might
be 6 in a room full of 4s.
Maybe.
So would you say that, and this is interesting, building off something Bassick had said yesterday, I was listening to KNC. Mike had said for him, this is the weakest the NFC's ever been in his lifetime. Would you agree with that? Even weaker than potentially like the Rex Grossman Bears year.
06.
I'd have to go back and think of the teams.
06 was pretty bad because the Saints had not become the Saints yet.
Right.
The Cowboys, it was Romo's first year. You had the Bears. Seattle was a nothing. Right? They were a nothing. That's interesting.
I mean, it very well may be that right now is the most vulnerable the NFC's ever been. In not just Mike's lifetime, in Jerry Jones's time in the NFL.
Below the belt every single day at this time with Roberto here on Sean and RJ. Final hour. How did the Tolos react to the Stars' loss? And do they think that you should stay away from Bobby in a bathroom? Final hour, Hump Day edition.
Okay.
After this.
Well, let's get you over to
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
He didn't play in the first 2 games with a lower body injury. Shot in the goal. Beautiful pass to set up Marchessault. And Vegas with the first goal of the game, just a minute and 11 seconds in.
Takes a lot to fist pump right now. Bobby, put that towel down.
Sorry.
No rally towel after that. Gavin Spittle is with us in studio. The drive-by for a little correction on Max Domi. I said he was ejected.
Right.
As well as Jamie Benn last night, but it was a misconduct 10-minute.
Yeah, it's not your fault because everyone was reporting that. It was just simply a misconduct. So basically, it's a fine line. Game misconduct, you're tossed. 10-minute misconduct, you just have to sit in the box for 10 minutes.
4-0. They get blanked. They're down 3-0. You were there.
Yeah.
How early did the air get sucked out of it? What was it
man. I thought I heard a cricket within about 5 minutes. Oh, no. I mean, listen, that's not on the crowd. You can't give up a goal like that. And not to mention the few minutes before, it was all Vegas in the Stars offensive zone. So then you give up a quick goal, and then you have what happened with Jamie Benn. It just deflated the building. And the Stars fans tried, and they cheered as the Stars continued to kill off that 5-minute major, and Vegas scores again. And, listen, more than the Jamie Benn, which I think set the tone for the game, but they just did not have crisp passing. Physicality was lacking at times. It's just, it was just poor execution all along.
That first goal, was that a Robertson missed assignment on that?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a good point, RJ. Yeah, on the backside, as a forward, you'll see forwards turning their head and whipping their head because they're blocking that backside, get a stick in the way, and that didn't happen.
I was waiting to see if this was legit, but there might be some really disturbing Ja Morant goodbye post on IG.
Oh no.
Someone sent it to me. I went to Ja's Instagram. It's not on there, but now Clutch Points, which is a verified account with 183,000 followers, they're posting it. So I'm not taking it 100% serious yet, but we'll let you know if it continues to develop. So was last night a quit? Was it an effort thing?
The only thing I wonder is it a carryover from that heartbreaking Game 2 loss? So I think in the first few minutes they had decent legs, but when you get you lose Ben, and then you're on a 5-minute major, and then your other line mate Dodonov goes down with an injury, and he's gone for the rest of the game. So not only are you having to juggle your lines because of all the penalties, now you're 2 down on your third line, so you have to move all your lines around. So, and give credit to Vegas. They have just been so smooth in this series. If they go to the Stanley Cup, they deserve to be there. They were the Western Conference champs. They sustained throughout the year, despite injuries, 5 goaltenders. So I got to give Vegas a lot of credit because they're goating the Stars in a lot of ways.
Are you shocked by what Jamie Benn did?
Yes. Yeah. I'm even more shocked that he didn't stand up and talk after the game. That's wrong. You're the captain of the team. You should not have to have Joe Pavelski, Tyler Seguin, and Scott Wedgwood speak. You need to go up there and just say, I lost my cool. I was trying to exert physicality. We'll see what the league says. You can give generic answers. What you can't do is just walk away.
So we've seen guys take penalties on purpose before, but not down 1-0.
No.
When you're already down 2-0. So
No.
was he trying to send a message initially and then he just lost his cool?
Well, I mean, it's one thing if you're with an agitator and you do that, but Mark Stone's the captain. And, so where I was sitting, I could see everything. Well,
I was waiting for the flex.
Take those seats, Derek Holland. So
he's watching the York.
I know.
Yeah,
No,
the York
so
Revolution.
Mark Stone skated over to the bench and told his teammates, let's go, boys. Here we go. And that's what a captain does because he knew that this was their opportunity. The same captain, Mark Stone, that when Domi did what he did, he went over to the penalty box to his teammate. His teammate was going into the box. He actually grabbed his shoulder and gave him a fist bump because they are not taking the Stars bait. Domi did that to try to equal the penalties. But, they're just not taking the bait. And I don't understand why Jamie Benn did it. the initial cross check was up high, so that was going to be a penalty. But the player is clearly down on the ice, and then you cross check him in the face, and then you throw a punch. I don't understand the reasoning. And you know what? Honestly, it is 100% dirty. If anyone says otherwise, it is dirty, and it deserves a suspension.
How long do you think he'll get?
I think a game. Yeah, because if you look at the last series, Pietrangelo got a game for a just basically a slash on Draisaitl of Edmonton. So I would say a game.
Gavin Spittle, Hockey Hawk in studio, getting ready to record the pod. That'll be on 1053thefan.com. Oettinger.
Yeah.
Is he your guy for game 4?
He is. You know, you got a guy that you're putting your future into. You sign him to a long-term deal. I understand goalies can be, I think Wedgwood played well, but at the same time, how much pressure was Vegas putting, at that point? So I think you got to go with Oettinger because he does have the ability to steal a game. And, from a mindset perspective, do you really want, let's just say you end the season with Oettinger on the bench?
Could you tell being there, even though you were really, really close, could you tell the quality of goals and judging whether he should have stopped them or not?
Yeah, I could. Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
Which
Goal
ones?
number 1. I don't think many goalies stop that. I guess if you have the early push off and they're coming from the backside, but that's more on the forward. Goal number 2, I think at the Western Conference Finals, if you truly are an elite goaltender, you probably should stop it. Goal number 3, I guess, is pull-worthy. Pull-worthy for a couple of reasons. You have to change the momentum, and, you can't let that go over. I mean, Vegas, as you pointed out the other day, RJ, they're going top shelf on Oettinger. They see something in the analytics that says, let's go high on Jake.
What did you throw on the ice?
Man. No, you know what? I was going up to buy Frosties for listeners.
There you go.
Yeah, because
left?
I wanted to get up there. Yeah.
Did you see any Tolos?
I did. It was awesome. Yeah, Corey was at the game and swung by, so that was pretty cool. It was so cool. There was a father and son that it was really interesting because I'm talking about the station and they're like, we just listen to Spits and Suds.
Oh,
so I just felt all proud. However,
number 1 podcast.
However, they are listening this morning because I told them you got to listen to 105.3 The Fan.
There you go.
This is where it's at. So yeah, it was really cool. Buying beers and stuff like that. So.
When did you hear that what was taking place with things being tossed onto the ice?
When did I hear?
Like, were you were in the concourse?
Oh,
Like,
no.
when did you realize-
I was in my seats.
Okay, you were in the seats.
I was in my seats. And
I thought you said you were buying beer.
The guy that I go to the games with is well hockey versed, and he said they're going to call this period. They have the right to. They're going to call it. And so they did.
Did it feel like an ugly scene?
Yeah, I think it was. And I think when you look, like, how is that not? Like, I understand the passion of Stars fans, but, I mean, let's be honest. Max Domi made that check initially on the other end of the ice and basically was chirping the whole way down and then targeted. That absolutely is a misconduct. And he initiated it.
Had you seen that before where they end a period early and then just... I've never seen that. It's like, imagine the NFL, like, you know what? We're just going to we're just take halftime right now.
Yeah.
30 seconds left.
I had not seen it in person, but it's the right call because you got to clear you have to clear the ice. And remember, just like the smallest little item can nick a blade and you can go down hard. So I think it's the right move. Not to mention, would it have continued if you didn't stop?
All right, we know you got to run.
Yeah.
Thank you. Spits and Suds will be on 1053thefan.com momentarily.
Yeah, we had a post game last night, and now we're going to talk to Craig Ludwig, and you guys are the best.
Yay.
You guys are one of my top 4 shows here on the Fan.
Yeah.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Until 10 to 11 today with Rangers pregame at 11 o'clock, first pitch at 11:30. So have you guys looked at any of the Ja Morant stuff? Are you getting a feel?
His Instagram story, if it was up, he deleted it, but I see a lot of people posting it.
Yeah. So this is what people are saying. All right. He posted, and you can kind of see in the replays what looks like his story. It looks like he's posting it on his story. I don't know how easy that is to manufacture, but the first one is "Love Ya Pops," and he wrote the message. It's a picture of him hugging his dad. The next one is "You the greatest, baby girl," with a blue heart. Love ya. And then it says bye. Bye with a final interview where he's doing a post-game with TNT.
Yeah, somebody's got like a screen recording of it. It's not just pictures. Like you can see the video. So he posted it and then deleted it within like 10 minutes. So doesn't look good.
No.
Oh, yeah, that doesn't look good at all.
That does not look good at all. Love you, Ma. Love you, Dad. You're the best baby girl. And then bye. So take of that what you will. But if I was in his friend circle, I'm getting on the phone or driving over there immediately.
Yeah, hopefully that's like more a buy of like buy social media or something and not something as serious.
Why would you say goodbye to your parents on there?
I don't know. Like a one last positive message or something. I'm just trying to not go so dark.
Yeah, if Sean's right. Like if it was just a buy from social media, it's just say bye. But then the whole reaching out or shouting out mom, dad, and it sounds something's weird.
Doesn't look good.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on Sean and RJ. All right, we're going to save the Stars audio because we're running out of time. This John Morant thing. We weren't expecting Spittle to do the drive-by, so we'll get some Tolo entertainment tomorrow as we're going to one of the final chances to talk about the Stars before they play Game 4. But Errol Spence is fighting Crawford. We're getting that fight. But there's another fight that's kind of been percolating on the internet as Joe Rogan knows the fight game. Joe Rogan said that John Jones would destroy Tyson Fury. Mm-hmm. The two of them are squared off. They're fighting. And Tyson Fury, the heavyweight champ, was not happy. Lots of bleeps.
I see John Jones has piped up. John, you talking about
Wait a sec. I messed up. Did we scratch the first one or do we have it, Peyton?
Oh, so I put both clips together. If we want to stop it after the first one, we can.
Okay.
I just put both of them together.
Now, John Jones piped up is the second.
Right.
one.
So you want me to play that one?
No, I want you. The John Jones piped up, I want after his first thing to Rogan. I want Tyson Fury on Rogan.
Okay. Gotcha,
As you were instructed to do, I'm sure.
yes. Okay. Yeah. Give me 1 second.
I'll give you a second. That's playing things out behind the scenes. Look, he's probably. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. I know he was sick yesterday. For him not to go out and party with Bobby till 1 a.m. and stay home from the watch party, he must not have been feeling good. So he must have been on the meds. All right, we're good to go. So this is Tyson Fury not happy that Joe Rogan said Bones Jones could beat him. Then Bones Jones tweeted, "Yo, Tyson, let's do this." And Tyson had a reaction to that too.
I heard Joe Rogan say something about me the other day, and I've been off all the social media, so I didn't reply to that little fucking shit, bald-headed shit. I heard him say that John Jones could me up if we went in the room together. I don't think so. Not a man born from his mother can me up in a room on our own. Whatever happens in that room, I'd be walking out. Not a fucking problem. I see John Jones has piped up. John, you're talking about me in a cage. I'm not a cage fighter, mate. I'm a boxer. The best boxer, actually. So if you want to come into a boxing ring and fight me, be my guest. Let me know. You don't have to call anybody else. No Darners, nobody. You call me because it's a boxing fight and I'm the boss in this game. Me. You're a great fighter, John, but you're definitely no boxer, and that's for sure. All the best.
Woo! Wow. So he destroyed Joe Rogan and he said, "I'll destroy Bones Jones." And Bones is like, you're the best boxer, coming to the octagon. The whole thing of where's it going to take place?
That is that gave me shades of Oasis there. That's some straight up Manchester accent.
Boy, these fighters, like whatever it is, UFC, boxing, whatever else, they really are the kings of the aggressive trash talk. Like I would not want to square up against even their verbal beatdowns.
Octagon. What happens?
I mean, look, if they're using UFC, whatever rules they're using, I'm taking that fighter. It doesn't matter, like if they're using that specialty's rules, I'm going to take that fighter. Like these guys, at the end of these guys are professionals.
Yeah.
Like so, if they're doing strictly boxing, Tyson Fury's going to destroy him. If they're doing UFC MMA, then give me the MMA guy.
He was so good, we had to bring him back. The debut of a brand new weekly show, Brett Boone on the home of the Rangers as an Odyssey Baseball Insider. Let's celebrate your first place team with Brett Boone next.
But let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep.
Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
He was so good the first time we had him on. We're like, what can we do? Can we make this a long-term thing? So every other Wednesday throughout the rest of the baseball season, we are going to be joined at this time by host of the Brett Boone podcast, an Odyssey original featuring the most notable names in baseball and all around sports every week. We welcome back to the home of the Rangers, Brett Boone. Welcome back.
How you doing?
Doing well. Are you going to be able to tolerate this, being a former Mariner, coming on here and talking about the first place Rangers all season long?
I don't know, man. I just had Dave Valley on my podcast, and that was an interesting. It was an interesting conversation because I said, David, you got to go from the Rangers booth one day, because he's splitting. He's doing Ranger games this year and he's doing Mariner game, and he's helping out over with the Mariners at the pre and the post game. I said, you definitely can't be a homer in the booth, that's for sure. But be an interesting summer for him. Yeah, I think it's going to be a fun summer. I think that division's going to be exciting. The Rangers are, I think they're third in baseball now with the overall record. And Houston's coming. You knew Houston wasn't going to stay dormant for very long, so they're coming right now. Yeah. Mariners are kind of treading water, but they're a good team, as we talked about last week. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
But you didn't hate, any team while playing, did you? Did you get that type of rivalry going internally, or one of the teams you played on where, we can't stand these guys?
Yeah, as a player, you pretend to hate, and it's good fodder. But no, I really didn't hate anybody. I kind of the Yankees teams of the late '90s, the early 2000s. I respected the hell out of them. I mean, what a group and what a run they put together. But it seemed I had some heartbreaks at Yankee Stadium team-wise.
Yeah.
And what was it? It was 99 when I was with the Braves. We got beat in the World Series there. Had a postseason in 2001 with the Mariners. We got beat in Yankee Stadium, and it was heartbreaking. That was a tough one. But no, there was no hatred. It was just some teams I had a bad taste in my mouth when I'd leave. But on the flip side, with that Yankee situation, I absolutely loved going to New York. I loved old Yankee Stadium. There was something special about it. It's like when you showed up, especially in the postseason, and you're getting loose before the game. You knew you were somewhere special, and it's nothing I can really explain. It's like I can shut my eyes and know I'm in a pretty cool place right now. A lot of history here, so yeah, good memories, but kind of bittersweet because I got eliminated from postseason twice at Yankee Stadium.
Just sticking with that, I wanted to ask you this because I know your brother's the manager there. Who gets thrown out of games more, him or Lou Piniella, your old manager in Seattle? My goodness.
Lou, man, my favorite of all time. Lou could. I think Aaron does. And it's kind of a turn of events. While we were playing, I always had that reputation of kind of a chip on your shoulder. People used to say cocky. For me, it was more of a shtick. I kind of played to it. And Aaron was always the nice guy. Oh, Aaron Boone, he's such a nice guy. Well, how's it feel now? I'm the good guy, and Aaron's the pain in the butt. He's getting thrown out all the time. I'll tell you one thing: big league umpires, and there's still some around from when I was playing. They like me a lot more than they like Aaron.
What did you have to say about the whole Aaron Judge controversy?
Aaron, I looked at it, and at first I thought it's not a big deal. I'm really impressed with Aaron Judge and the way he's kind of carried on that legacy. Derek Jeter did such a great job in that city, kind of being the focal point of that Yankee team. Aaron Judge taking over, obviously last year, what he did, remarkable, team captain, all that stuff. But I really am impressed with this kid and how he's carried himself and how he handles that pressure of New York. He's handled being the face of that franchise, always seems to say the right thing, always on cue, and a great player to go along with it. So my first thought is Aaron Judge isn't doing anything shady. And I can be dead honest. And I had this conversation with my dad. When it happened, I was with my dad. We were traveling. I said, Dad, I can honestly tell you, in all my years, and believe me, if a first base coach, if a teammate is out at second base, Boone, I've got the signs. I want the signs, especially if it's a guy I trusted that was good at discerning the signs, getting them from the catcher, and relaying them to me. Now, going into each scenario, I know there's a price to be paid if I get caught. I'm willing to take that risk. I'm in the same breath as a defender at second base, I'm watching players all the time. If I think you're relaying signs, there's going to be a price to be paid, and you know that going in. It's an eye for an eye type situation. So we all know that as players. I can honestly say in my career, my professional career, never one time in my life did I ever peek to see if I could get a look with the catcher. I was scared to death because those catchers are like hawks. They're back there putting the sign out, and they're looking at you. If they see your eyes waver, you know there's going to be a problem. So I can honestly say I never looked back one time. Now, fast forward to the Judge situation. I watched the video. That particular at bat, I believe he glanced 4 times. I don't know what he was looking at, and he ended up hitting the ball about 480 feet. I don't know what he was looking at. I don't know if he was distracted, if stuff was going on the bench. But you know, after a situation like that, especially with today's technology, they're going to rewind the tape, and they're going to go back through every Aaron Judge at bat and see if this is a part of what he does. It isn't, and I haven't seen any other batter who's ever done it except for one at bat. Now, why would he do that? That being said, optically, if I'm an opponent and I see that, it doesn't look good. So, hey, I know maybe you weren't looking, but because of what we saw, going to happen. So I can understand the gamesmanship. I can understand the look optically. Especially if I'm a pitcher on the opposing team, seeing something like that, the result was, like I said, he hit it about as far as you can hit it. So I don't think Aaron Judge is a cheater by any means, but I also do understand if I'm sitting in that opponent's locker room and I'm sitting there with my pitching staff and we're breaking this video down, I know what my pitchers are going to be saying. Does that put it in a little bit of a better perspective?
And it's so fascinating because all I'm thinking is if it's now off limits for you to call or text your brother and go, hey, man, was he doing it? Was he not? Or is that off limits now that you're on the other side with an Odyssey podcast?
Right. And Aaron, I'll tell you, it cracks me up because time to time I'll kind of break Aaron down and say, Aaron, remember, this is me, Brett. Okay, you can tell me stuff. You don't have to just him and haw and act like I know. So he knows. I don't know. It's a little thing we have. I try not to put Aaron in a bad situation when we talk. Now, if I have a question and it's serious, I'm not going to go run and talk about it. But if I have a question, I will go to him and find out what was going on. In the Aaron Judge situation, he knows what I think. He knows as a player, it's pretty obvious optically what it looked like. Now, he's always, even to me, on a private call, he's going to defend his player in Aaron Judge and say this and that. But to be honest with you, I don't even put him in that position ever.
Right.
Sometimes if I see something, I'll drop it on him during the phone call, and he'll try to defend. I said, don't even try to go there. You know I know. And I'll tell you what, the call will be dropped, and we'll start talking about our nephews and how are the kids doing. So, yeah, I try not to put him in that situation. Things like that are just kind of obvious to me. And like I said, I don't think Aaron Judge is a cheating player. I think he's an upstanding player. At the same time, the look is the look, and it doesn't matter whether you're doing it or you're not. It's what it is.
Former Major Leaguer, Odyssey insider Brett Boone joined us here on 105.3 The Fan. So, Rangers are 30-18. We're approaching Memorial Day. When you were playing, at what part of the season did you kind of realize, hey, we've got something here?
Well, I think for the Rangers in their situation, they know right now. And that's doing a decent bulk of this work without arguably, when healthy, the best pitcher in all of baseball in DeGrom. I think for them to make a real run, DeGrom's going to have to be the guy. I think we touched on that last time I was on. Eovaldi, I've always been a big fan of his, always, since the playoffs back in, I forget if it was 18 or 19. But I watched this kid for the first time, and I'm looking at him on TV and from that angle, and it made me not want to. I'm pretty glad that I wasn't a player anymore. And I said, this guy is nasty. I've always liked him. I love the pickup offseason coming over from Boston. Gray's done a great job in that 3-hole. But for them to make a serious run, this offense speaks for itself right now in what they're doing. It's been fascinating to watch. And now all of a sudden you have Seager back as well. You know, Duran was doing a great job at short. He's going to get a lot of play now. I don't know where it's going to be. But up and down that lineup, there's really not a weakness. I mean, they've just been hitting on all cylinders since the get-go. But for them to be serious, it's got to be DeGrom, Eovaldi, and they've got to be firing on all cylinders. I look at some of the past playoff performances. You know, you think of the Madison Bumgarner when he was with the Giants and the postseason performances he's put on. That's probably the best I've ever seen. But there's been the Schilling and the Randy Johnson, the 1-2 punch. There's been some of those 1-2 punches throughout history. And when you get two guys at the top of their game, top guys, they can dominate a postseason. So I think for Texas, I think they're going to be a playoff team. But once you get to the playoffs, it's a whole different set of circumstances. Now the tournament starts. And in 2023, that tournament's long. You've got to win 4 series to win the World Series. So for that to be happening, those big two have got to be healthy and doing the job. Like I said, I think Gray's done a great job. Perez and Haney rounding out that starting rotation. That's a strength for them. Obviously, offensively, is a big-time strength for them. If you look at a weakness, it's got to be the bullpen. You got a couple of guys doing their job. Smith came over from, was it Atlanta? He was the Atlanta closer a few years ago.
I think so, yeah.
We'll Google.
Yes. Right. Dunning has stepped in for DeGrom and had 2 unbelievable outings. So I don't see any negatives when I look at this Texas Rangers ball club. I think the Bochy presence, although it's not wild why they're winning, it definitely adds an element to it. He creates that atmosphere. He creates a winning atmosphere, an atmosphere players want to be around. They love Bruce. And I just think all in all, man, it's been a really and I think great for the game of baseball. You know, I think they've got the 3rd best record. I think the Baltimore Orioles have the 2nd best record. When's the last time you heard the Orioles making noise? You know, I think that's great for the game. Texas Rangers, they haven't been making noise in a long time. For them to be the top of the division, I think it's nothing but a positive thing for the game of baseball right now.
Yep, you're right. KC, Milwaukee, San Fran, Houston, and Atlanta for Will Smith.
Yeah, Will Smith. He was big time in that World Series championship. So now you got him.
Hey, man, it is fantastic to have you join the show on a consistent basis. Thank you so much, and we'll talk to you in a couple weeks.
You got it. Thanks, guys.
That was Brett Boone, host of the Brett Boone Podcast and Odyssey Original. Make sure to follow the Brett Boone Podcast on the Odyssey app or subscribe wherever you get your podcasts. We have some news coming in on the Jamie Benn possible punishment. We'll talk about it when we crosstalk with KMC next.
But let's get you over to the
Made a mistake. Feels really badly about it. I don't think anyone in the building feels worse than he does about it. I'm not going to pile on him. He's been a leader here for his entire career and leads by example every day on and off the ice. Made a mistake. Fortunately, Mark Stone's okay. You know, we've got to live with the consequences, and the consequences were, you know, it was a big hole. So I'm not going to stand here and pile on tonight. I don't think it does anybody any good.
Well, look, the Twitter account that Spittle told us to look out for delivered. At NHL Player Safety, Jamie Benn will have a hearing today for cross-checking against Vegas's Mark Stone. So it was either going to be a hearing or a fine, and this looks like it's leading to suspension without a doubt. The Dallas Stars, let me get the Tolo who sent this to us, by the way. Oh, Tolo D, along with Kobe and TR and others. Uncle Jay always hooking me up with the info. The Stars have released a statement as an organization. On behalf of the Dallas Stars, we would like to apologize. This is from Brad Alberts, the president and CEO. I would like to apologize to the Vegas Golden Knights and the NHL for the actions of a few of our spectators at last night's game. Their actions were unacceptable and put the safety of the players and fans at risk. We take pride in providing the best experience for everyone who enters our arena. The actions of these individuals certainly do not reflect our great city organization and loyal fan base. So Jamie Benn, hearing, Dallas Stars, what an absolute. This is the all-time disastrous game that we will remember for years to come with everything that happened.
Oh, it was terrible. It was an awful night from start to finish. Literally start to finish.
You know what it feels like? This must be what it felt like to be a Lakers fan the day they got run out of here by the Mavericks and Andrew Bynum hit JJ Barea.
Bynum, yeah.
That's basically what the Stars had happen last night. You got embarrassed in a similar fashion, and you had just the whole sports world looking at you going, the hell's your problem, dude? What are you doing here?
Yeah. So we have a developing situation. As today, the KMC Masterpiece, we thought, had an hour-long show leading up to Rangers pregame at 11. Well, they're not here for crosstalk. Great teammates. Bassick, I thought, was trolling me earlier when he said, thanks for picking us up today, suggesting that we would be doing an extra hour, so 5.5 hours. But Bobby went and Peyton went and looked up and down the hallways because we thought they were just playing a prank on us.
Yeah.
And what did you find?
I found that they're not around here. They're not hiding anywhere that I can see. And
they're trying to scare us right now.
They might be trying to scare us. Peyton, no show sheet apparently.
Yeah, I asked Joey. I said, "Hey, so Kevin sent you a show sheet, right?" He sends all the producers a show sheet the night before, and he goes, "No, I didn't have anything." I said, "No, you're lying. Like seriously, like stop playing with me." And he's like, "No, you didn't send me anything."
That to me doesn't mean much.
Yeah.
They didn't send a show sheet for an hour, but to not be in here for cross 9:45, like and I can see Mike. He's just laughing. He's just being giddy right now in his car, just sitting there with a squinted eye laugh. But the other two, I'm a little surprised.
I'm a little disappointed too. They can play this prank all they want, thinking that we're going to stick around.
Well, they asked us Monday. The bosses said, I think we made sure we're done at 10 on Wednesday, right? And I'm pretty sure the bosses did not tell us you are doing an extra
They said
hour.
we're done at 10.
Remember, Tim said yes, and he went, "Oh wait, no, I mean you are." And he's like, "Man, I missed my opportunity for that joke." And so we were clear on this.
Okay,
Mikey,
we were clear on this. So, did they say? I would have expected. Kevin's supposed to be the professional on there. I would expect 9:50 at the very latest.
maybe they're stuck in traffic.
Call Mike, Peyton. Call Mike on the cell phone. Corey Majors, he was out and about late, going to the Stars game. So that's where we stand right now.
That's no excuse, though. I had 3-hour turnaround this morning. I was here on time.
Yeah. I wonder what's going on.
I wonder.
What a weird opposite approach to take. Instead of being like, "Oh, I'm thrilled and I'm happy. We only have to do an hour today." It's the opposite.
They just don't want to come in.
Don't want to come in. It's a burden. It's a beating. So we'll see if we get Mike on the phone here. All right, so that's the start. Should we be calling out the Stars fans more than we have this morning, focusing on all the other things that happened in the game?
So look, what the Stars fans did was a reaction, I believe, to how the Stars team was playing.
Does that justify it?
We would not be the first crowd to throw things on the court on the ice. All right.
I mean, usually when you're throwing trash and stuff on the ice, it's classless.
It is. We would kill Philadelphia.
Yeah.
If this was it. I don't know. I mean, they need to be called out a little bit.
All right, let's get Bassick on. Whoa, where are you at?
I am hitting golf balls before it rains.
He is. He's in his car. We can tell you're in your car.
I'm not in my car.
How can you tell he's in his car?
Listen to how it sounds.
Where's Kevin and Corey?
We have off today. I don't know.
Put your phone down by the golf ball and hit it.
Yeah, I want to hear this.
No.
Hang up on him. He's
in the garage.
Yeah, he just said no.
No.
If I would have heard a shot, I would have been scared.
When there was a pause there,
These guys are bastards. Y'all are bastards. It's starting to work.
When there was a pause there, I thought he was taking the time to set the phone. I was like, oh my gosh, he really is out there.
Yeah, I did too. I thought he was.
All right, so there it is. Tomorrow we're gonna have a Texas Rangers edition of High Low, and we're also gonna have an RJ Choppy Star song in order to go ahead and get them back on track.
Get it back on track, man. Nothing quite like that being down 0-3.
We're gonna rally him. You are gonna rally them with this song. That's the whole purpose of this.
Former Cowboy coach Joe Philbin is going to Ohio State, so that news is coming in.
Okay. Well, good luck with that. Well, hopefully Ohio State's offensive line is able to continue to turn out NFL products then, because, it was a struggle at times out here.
All right, so we're getting set to, we think, pass it on over to the KMC Masterpiece, and the Rangers are going to be playing at 11:30 today, 11 o'clock pregame.
Who do you think was the mastermind of doing this? Do you think this was a Mike mastermind?
Oh, that's a great question. I think it could have been any of the three.
I don't think the other two are clever enough to hatch this scheme. No, they're not devious enough.
You don't think so?
Oh, I think that they can be devious. I think they could be devious and come up with this. I do think that Mike would get the most pleasure out of the bit.
I do think that Mike could have talked himself out of coming in and being like, it's an hour show, I'm going to hit golf balls, and they wouldn't have said anything. They would have been like, okay. Can you imagine burning a day off for an hour-long show?
Oh, gosh.
I don't know about that. But
so this actually happened because of the different start times. Lucius out at the baseball game this weekend, he was off this whole week. And he realized that because of the Pittsburgh start times, it was basically half shows the entire week.
So
he was like, oh my gosh, I took vacation on a week full of half shows.
That stings.
That's a kick to the stomach, man.
That is a kick. But can you imagine just getting an hour?
Oh,
we thought we had a Mike McCarthy press conference one day in the final hour, and we were celebrating.
Like, heck yeah, man, 10 minutes off.
I was thrilled that day you were out, that Friday you were out a couple weeks ago. McCarthy was scheduled to talk, and then he canceled it.
And how are you holding up? Out till 1 a.m. with the Tolos and Alec Medford. What should we expect tomorrow from you? Is tomorrow the day to crash?
I mean, look, if we're gonna follow previous trends, that would seem to be it. But I've got my recovery day. I'm gonna sleep today. I'm gonna knock that out. It is anniversary night though, so I mean,
where are you going?
We're going out to lunch at the we're going to steakhouse here for lunch as soon as we can.
A steakhouse for lunch,
and then we're doing stuff over the weekend because we can't get babysitter
Cereal.
anymore. Yeah, cereal. Oh, there'll be so much cereal eaten tonight.
What do you mean? What do you mean you can't get a babysitter?
2, maybe 3 bowls. Because mother-in-law, who is usually the one who watches them, just left for Maine last week.
Oh.
And so we don't have like regular babysitter on hand, and so it'll have to be something that we'll have to move to the weekend so that we can use it for him.
So why the steakhouse lunch?
Because we weren't going to be able to do dinner, and the kids get out of school for the summer starting tomorrow. So this is the having lunch today is a chance to go out and not have kids.
All right, what are you going to say as we pass these fools in the hall? And is this an uncool move not to show up for crosstalk or understandable?
Look, I appreciate a good prank.
Feels like you're trying to talk yourself into this actually still being a prank.
Watch his mood. He's all happy to get you. If that 10:02, and we're sitting on here with a microphone in front of our
Listen,
face.
my day is regimented, okay? I'm at the gym at 10:35, okay? I'm at the gym until 12 o'clock, then I go home. I have a regimented day. Shower, drive, work. Stop working.
Just
that's a regimented day.
Just the song today is going to throw off your routine. That alone is going to throw it off.
I know. I'm prepared. I'm prepared for that. I got one take.
Pepe, are you nervous back there? Or
Yeah, I
did you
am
see
because I plan on doing a bunch of high-low stuff after the show and record RJ's song, get that going. And if my day starts at 11 o'clock after work, I'm going to be a little.
I mean, Joey's here.
No, we're gonna.
Oh, yeah, Joey's here. Oh, I
Joey
thought
can
Joey
talk
was there.
Stars for an hour, or we'll pipe in Spittle's podcast.
We can play snacks for the next hour.
Yeah.
I'll have snacks.
There you go. There you go. Exactly. All right, let's find out what happens here.
Find out.
They're really drawing it out. Should we just take this up to like 59 now and destroy the start of their clock?
What? They
Mess up their
barely have to
ratings?
talk anyway.
They have to talk for 50 minutes today instead of anything else.
Oh, man. I think they're going to be here. They're just hanging out. Sean does not look nearly as confident. You guys should be on the fan cam and look at Sean's like, yeah, well, we'll see.
Like, I was just trying to figure out what I would do. Like the fact that Tim's not – is Tim around the corner?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, Tim's back there in his office.
But the fact that he's not ready to like storm in here and give us the bad news, that makes me feel better. But we're about to find out.
We will.
We'll find out.
We'll find out. We got this.
We think. Okay. MC Masterpiece with their stupid laughing faces probably around the corner is next. Then Rangers baseball right here on The Fan.
Always a welcome sign for this club.
store for details.
We heard you loud and clear. You love the WNBA and want more analysis and insight on your favorite players.
Welcome to Queens of the Court, an Odyssey original podcast. I'm your girl, Cheryl Swoops.
And I'm Jordan Robinson. All season long, we'll be bringing you the post-game analysis that you crave and sitting down for interviews with athletes across the W.
You can listen to Queens of the Court on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You're turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where, unlike the Stars, we have decided to show up to work today.
Dang, dude.
God. Sean is mad.
Sean's ready to cross-check my face into the ice.
Yeah, I know. I think Peyton might be mad.
All right.
I'm not sure about RJ. And I think Bobby appreciates a good bit of humor.
Yeah, I think Bobby definitely appreciates humor. Choppy, I don't know that. I think he was just more concerned about his life afterwards. Like, I have things to do. I have things to do. I don't care where they are. I have things I got to get accomplished right now. Here's the problem. This was great. I enjoyed it. I had fun.
Mike last night.
Mike yesterday at the end of the show goes, "Hey, how funny would it be if we pranked the morning show?" And I was like, man, that would be hilarious. G-Bag thought it was funny too.
Yes, they did.
And this morning, as we're going through the process of it, I'm like, all right, and I'm listening, and I'm hearing Sean complain as expected. You know, as you would expect. Kevin, you would call out so-and-so for not being here too.
For sure.
But now my big concern, now that we've done it, and Sean, Mike, you said Sean was he actually was standing there going, I am concerned.
Yeah.
Now my big concern is that Mike has started a war that we're going to be in the middle of because you can't prank somebody and then not get paid back, Kevin.
Oh, yes,
so
you
that's
can.
What we have. So that's what we have to look forward to then. Okay.
Somebody said on the Twitch, I thought Sean was going to cry.
Man, and my wife was watching on the Twitch, and by the way, what a stroke of genius it was to leave that up the entirety of the commercial break. I know sometimes it's up and sometimes it's not during the commercial break, and to leave it up for the entirety of the commercial break. And my wife texted me and goes, oh my gosh, they are freaking out and pacing around everywhere and just tremendous.
He wouldn't go to the elevator. Like, he was over there because we were peeking on him. He didn't see us until Kevin got nervous. We'd go on the air without us being on the air because we were around the corner.
Yeah, I did not want to take it too far and just have dead air. And you're
so
like,
you
oh
thought,
crap, did we turn into ESPN
You thought
radio?
like we were 5-year-olds and somehow we would run past our parents and our parents couldn't see us while they were on the couch watching television.
Pretty much.
A glass door.
Once you sprint by
Pretty
at
much
6 miles an hour, he's
much.
going to see you.
I'm pretty sure he covered his eyes and he was like, I can't see them. They can't see me.
Yeah,
Exactly.
we're invisible. I remember playing that with my little sister. Like, oh my gosh, Sarah, we're invisible. They can't see us crawling around.
That's pretty much how I felt about
I
this
will
situation.
also say this, Kevin, our boss, Gavin Spittle, was and Tim Collins, they were concerned because we pushed it so far. We took it as far as we could go before like he was like, hey, maybe I need to call
2 minutes before we just
pretty
went on
impressive.
there. It was impressive. Thanks, Boch.
We went to a lot of, we pulled the schedules down just in case. We made a joke yesterday. We'll see on Thursday. So we were definitely trying to have some fun with the morning show to take our minds off of the across-the-board catastrophe that was last night.
All right. I was there.
Nobody died.
Yeah, nobody's dying.
Brian Williams, I was there.
Except you really were there.
I was actually there. Yeah, we showed up, got in our seats, games getting ready to, I mean, it was fun.
Did you spend any money?
Like on the tickets?
Yeah, like did you spend $500?
I paid back my friend.
Okay.
Because I was sitting in section 114 row in.
I'm sorry.
Whoa.
That's a corner section.
I was not in the poors. I'm so sorry. I did not pick my seats.
So you threw the popcorn.
I did not. I did, however, see it fly, and then I took a video of all the rest of the stuff that started hitting the ice. because that was a moment that I was like, whoa, what's happening here? But Kevin, Joey, Mike, this was one of those games where it never got loud.
Yeah.
Even before the game. Before the game, it was like, all right, let's go. And everybody sat down. I was like, well, this is weird. And then it felt weird. And then I was about to say to my buddy, hey, this is quiet. Like, this is very quiet as soon as they scored the first goal, 48 seconds into the game or whatever?
Rich people don't cheer.
Well, maybe that's what it was.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what it was. But
yeah, go ahead.
We were loud. Me and my buddies were loud, but I was like, this is too quiet. And then as soon as the Jamie Benn moment happened, it was over. This team is done. They looked like they had no life in them by the second period. Fourth goal happens. Most of the people on my row got up and left. It was in the second period when the fourth goal happened, they were like, I'm out of here. And I was like, wow, this is insane. So that was not a good showing. They I don't know if they're tired or just have given up, or maybe the Seattle series, the Minnesota series just took too much out of them. Or maybe the other side of it is you just are getting outclassed by a better team right now. And that's what's happening, dude, because that team looks like they are sharp and the Stars do not.
Yeah, and that's what I'm afraid of to a certain extent. But that play by Jamie Benn, and he has to go in front of the, NHL Tribunal of Justice or whatever, felt like a lazy play by him, and
it's selfish.
Yeah, it really
you put your team in a bind by doing that.
Yeah, and it really was and he did it on purpose. Like, he went out of his way to go back and get that second hit on him, and it was kind of surprising. And what I have to admit, I was really surprised to see some of the social media reaction to that. And maybe that's just because social media by its nature is kind of reactionary more than anything, and it tends to be more negative than anything. But man, I was really surprised by how many negative comments there were about Jamie Benn last night that expanded beyond just last night. You know what I'm saying? Then people were like, yeah, we've had this trash contract and kept him as a captain all these years. And there was a lot of that came out last night.
I felt that was a very knee-jerk reaction, obviously, because of the circumstances. But yeah, it was really disheartening because you could tell the life was already pulled out of them after that happened. It was like, okay, this game's over. I thought it was funny on ESPN how they were trying to make this out to be a game when it was 3-0 after, the first period. And I'm like, okay, you could tell this team is completely done. But yeah, it really is a selfish hockey play there from Jamie Benn, and you should know better, right? Yeah. This is your series. This is the game. It's make or break. You're pretty much done if you lose this game. And then to make that effort 5 minutes into the game, I understand what he's trying to do, provide a little, tough snarl to the game, but that's just uncalled for. And, it cost you. And it most likely cost you the series.
I was looking at a couple of different things that we had talked about as keys to the game, and they fell apart so quickly. That was the issue. It's not also, if you want to text in and let us know how long did you stick with this game, it fell apart, to Corey's point, so quickly. One of the notes is Oettinger has to step it up because that save percentage in this series has been abysmal. He was out like that. Clean up self-inflicted errors. Well, you just heard Joey talking about it. We talked about it. The worst self-inflicted error you did not that far into the game.
Go ahead.
No, okay. I just wanted to mention too. I think maybe the second overtime loss maybe have done them in, right? It's just maybe you gave all you had in those two games, and it just didn't happen. Oettinger too. You could tell even on the first goal. Even though you shouldn't allow a 30-foot rink-wide pass through the middle of the ice when you're set up defensively, he was really slow to get over. And I think mentally for him, it's starting to wear on him, maybe the overtime losses, because you have to think about, we talked about in the regular season ad nauseum about how many times you are leaving the rink with your head down, losing on the final shot. And maybe it just starting to wear on him a little bit psychologically, where it's like, man, I just can't get the job done when it matters most. And, maybe some of the fatigue starting to set in for him because he has played a lot of hockey. And this is his first full season as a netminder, as a number one. So maybe that's starting to set in. And two, let's just be honest, give credit to the Vegas Golden Knights. This team is they've met their match. This team has played really good hockey, and they've completely dominated, really, the series.
And then shout out to Well, I was going to say their goalie. I'll be more specific. Shout out to Hill, because clearly they've run through like an assembly line of goalies this year. And the fact that they are able to keep it up at this level and the fact that they are able to get a shutout. Now, I realize part of that shutout was the fact that Vegas was destroying you for a big chunk of the night. But the fact that you were still able to get a shutout at this stage in the playoffs from, what are they, on their 4th or 5th goaltender by this point, is amazing.
Yeah, Kevin, the live part of it was sitting there going, when are they going to get the puck near the net? Now, there were a couple that hit off the post, right? Like, there were a couple that you were like, oh, wow. But, man, it felt like every pass that Vegas made was clean. And every pass the Stars made was met with a stick that pushed it back into the neutral zone.
It goes to that idea of, look, I don't give a crap about how your goal looks. We talked about the issues with Robertson, like in the last series, is maybe he's trying to set up for the pretty goal, and we're just like, throw the trash at the net and see what happens. But there are times where you would like to set up like a high risk, or what did we say, high danger chance.
Yeah.
And because the Stars dominated the point of view of shots, but like if you looked more closely at the quality shots, it did not necessarily feel that way, although that could have been a skewed perspective when Oettinger was like, hey, I'm just going to give up all the goals, because I thought at the beginning yesterday when Mike's like, maybe we should start without a goalie, that was stupid.
It was smart.
And that's kind of what happened.
Can't dispute it.
By the way, I am looking at Twitter, and Sean has tweeted all of us, and it just says in all caps with about 11 exclamation points, war. So, Mike, look what you've done.
What is it good for?
You have, yeah, that's a good question there.
But he didn't have to work any extra. He just thought he did.
He just got nervous.
Like, we didn't do anything physically wrong to him. Mentally, we ruined him for about 3 minutes.
Ruined.
And if that's the case, I just want to point out, let's just compare hour to hour.
Okay.
They were going to have to work another hour. Not cool. But they acted like it was an emergency life situation. Well, we did Peace-a-thon, and I know
we're 14 hours
they're on
in.
4.5 hours, and that is a long time.
It's a long show.
And I understand that. When we did Peace-a-thon, we were on for 14 hours, and there was a scheduling snafu that, again, was going to put Joey in the room all by himself, just to show this is an exact comparison. Because I heard them like, well, screw Joey. He can do the show by himself.
He can do a stars hour.
We were like, well, we'll work another hour after we were 14 hours in.
Yeah.
We did work another hour.
Not gonna lie, that was the best hour of Peace-a-thon.
Which don't forget,
I
you can
did
donate to My Possibilities whenever you want. Good point. Mike bailed, so you might have a good point with Mike and Derek, because Mike looked at Derek and he goes, "Hey, are you ready to leave?" And I really thought it was going to be this magical moment where everyone's staying there like, hey, we're going to take off.
Yeah, we did do the extra hour. It was great. Reggie stuck around and helped us out with it too. That was wonderful. So, like, Kevin, we've had these situations happen before.
Sure.
And what do we do in those moments when the radio station's in need? We show up and deliver.
Rise to the occasion.
Panic attack.
What does Sean and RJ and Bobby do? They pack their bags and go stand at the elevator like, hey, I'm getting out of here. Like, all I'm saying is we deliver.
They wouldn't go to the elevator, though. That was the thing. As I was speaking on Sean, he wouldn't open the door to then go to the elevator and press the button, because he was like in that, oh my God, I can't believe this is really happening.
Because that was going to be my question. Who tucked tail and ran faster, Sean, RJ, and Bobby, or Target?
Target? Did you say Target?
Yeah.
What happened with Target?
Oh
no!
I think on the front of the store. Is that what you're talking about? Like when you walk in?
I don't know the
check
Target
that out,
story
Corey.
right now.
It's
Oh my
quite
God.
the happening.
Listen, I was at a hockey game last night. Saw Joe Trahan from the Cowboys last night. Hung out with him for a little while. Saw Tolo Clint out there. It was awesome. There were some people sitting around me. It was great to see the Tolos out there
They
last
weren't sitting
night.
around you in the third period.
Oh, nobody was. Except for there were 4 girls sitting behind me cussing, like the teenage girls cussing at the Stars because they were so mad.
I do feel bad for this. The people that did spend a lot of money. Now, look, if you're rich, you probably weren't even cheering anyways, right? I think that's the tough thing. I went to a lot of the Maverick games last year in the playoffs. I spent a lot of money to take my kids to the games, and we had a blast. When you got to the Golden State Warriors series, you would have thought it would have been louder than the Phoenix series. It wasn't. 1, because Golden State had won the first 2 at home. 2, because now the money comes in from Dallas. And I don't want to say Fort Worth. Maybe it is also from Fort Worth. But the money comes in from the richer parts of our area, and they're not there for the Mavericks. They're there for the scene.
Now, I have good news for everyone who's concerned right now. I want to take you to cut number 2. Just because you're down in a series 3-0,
it's over.
Doesn't mean it's over.
So that affects everything.
Tatum, they'll put up a 3. Got it!
And he knew there was no way that Vincent was going to be able to contest that shot.
The Celtics were victorious down 3-0. Did you know that's the first opposing team to win a game in the NBA or NHL conference finals?
I didn't know that.
Think about how crazy that is.
Someone had to do it, Kevin.
Yeah, you're seeing, well, I really wish it would have been us, but you're looking at dual 3-0 deficits. You saw a sweep in the Lakers Nuggets. That was the first team to win after facing a deficit. And don't forget, in 2008, yes, well, we definitely did, is in 2008, the Stars were down 3-0 to the Red Wings in the Western Conference Finals. And then they won Game 4. And then they won Game 5.
All right.
So
all right.
don't worry about what happened after
what year was that? What year?
2008.
That Red Wings team was a wagon.
And we made it to Game 6, and then we lost. But
Kevin, I'll take Game 6.
It's happened 4 times in hockey history. Someone's come back from a 3-0 deficit.
I will tell you this. Having been in there last night at the arena, that team's done. There's no way they're coming back. No way. They can't do it. It's impossible for a team that looked that pathetic last night and that much give up in one game to come back and do this, man. I'm sorry.
Jamie Benn's not playing.
I want them to. I want them to try. I do want them to try. There's just, from what I was watching last night, Kevin, it was painful.
What if they can't promise to try, but they'll try to try?
Man, look, I was told by a very wise man.
Mm-hmm.
Do or do not. Mm-hmm. There is no try.
That's a good point. Last night we did not.
He was an elf?
Well, I don't know. What was he? A green lizard?
Yoda?
He was not an elf.
He was like an elf lizard.
He kind of had elf, traits.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
We
Coming
need
up
Yoda
next,
right now.
we're doubling up every segment.
What?
We will go back to the stars, plus gridiron gravy, the most puzzling move each NFL team made this offseason. What was it for the Cowboys? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Should I get Cousins barbecue prime brisket or their Duroc pulled pork for lunch?
I'm getting both, plus the Duroc pork ribs.
So I'm guessing you got...
eBay Motors, pal. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
I did a brand new treatment for regaining thicker hair, all in an easy 30-minute ultrasound massage at Elite Skin Center. Zach Wolchuk here, and I had half an inch of growth on my hairline and saw a noticeable difference in the fullness on the top and sides after just one treatment. Support a family business run by fellow Tolos and set up your free consultation today. First 10 callers get all 3 treatments for half off at only $2,000. Payment plans available. Results guaranteed. Visit EliteSkinCenter.com.
It's 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by Revolver Brewing.
Have you tried Revolver Brewing's collaboration with the Frisco Rough Riders? The beer is called Big Stick Blonde. That's a 5.5% blonde ale. It will be available in the stadium and throughout Frisco all season long. Enjoy responsibly.
This segment on the K&T Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable, accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car, truck wrecks, and DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, you should contact Frankel & Frankel because they have a free consultation. You can go to truckwreck.com or 214-333-3333.
Barbashev is 5th of the playoffs from Juan. On the power play at 5:57. Teddy Bluger put it on the stick of Carrier, and he scores! A backhander, top shelf.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and that would be a wrap for Jake Oettinger. And a lot of people are saying it's definitely a wrap for the Stars. I'm going to get to that in just 1 second. In the first 7 minutes and 10 seconds, 3 goals allowed versus 2 saves for Oettinger before he got pulled. They brought Wedgwood in. Didn't really matter. The game was over. A lot of people are texting in that the team has quit. I want to talk about the fans. But also, Mike, you have pointed out it's not just the team that might have quit. The fans might be wrapping this season up, too.
When the tickets went on sale, the face value of the tickets were $175 in the upper bowl to get into Game 3 or Game 4. That was face value. They were eaten up in minutes, pretty much. Now, for tomorrow night's game, you can get tons of tickets in the upper bowl for easily under $100. And in the lower bowl, it is still pretty expensive, but there are plenty of tickets available for under $300 now. So if you do want to go to a conference final game, most likely the Stars are going to lose. Most likely, you're not going to be as entertained as you thought you'd be a week ago.
Mike, this situation has come up 204 times in hockey history, and 4 times a team has come back from 3-0.
Okay. Well, then you can be part of history with Jamie Benn in the stands with you watching.
That's probably true.
For under $100 in the upper deck and for under $300 in the lower bowl. So tickets have come down already a lot.
I do have a question about what I did see last night.
Yep.
And that was, it was when the penalty was called, you saw, was it popcorn that was the first thing that was
soda,
thrown?
I know.
I saw the first cup be thrown, and I was like, oh, that's not good. And I was in the middle of texting Adrian, and I just fast texted and was like, and it was just gibberish. Because then I wanted to get my phone out and record. I was like, I want to get a video of this. The video I have right now.
Add in the majors.
Add in the majors. The video I have right now, Kevin, most of the people are saying that's trash fans. That's garbage. That is no class fans. And in my history of being at games in DFW, I've never seen anything like that. We don't throw beer on babies. That's Toronto. All right. Toronto does that.
Right.
But that was a very upset group that spent a lot of money to get those seats. And they were frustrated that you came back 0-2 and started off like you didn't even want to play. So I just was curious on y'all's feeling on what they were doing, the fans were doing that. Because I was actually at one point, I was like, this is not a safe environment anymore.
I tried to start to distinguish the way I use these words, because I would usually be like, those are trash fans. I will say that was trash behavior by the fans. And I've tried to distinguish, because we all have things that we look back on and you're like, what the hell was I thinking? But that is not acceptable or anything like that. We talk about that.
I'm with you. It's like anger and rage took over. Jamie Benn, his anger took over.
And it got him booted from the game.
And it was almost like the fans followed suit after a while. They're like, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to lose it too.
And somebody just texted in. They were at the game as well. And when Vegas came out for the third period, someone threw popcorn on their goalie in the tunnel too. Like, not okay.
I've never seen them, like, they had 21 seconds left in the second period.
Yeah, and they just
canceled it and said, everybody go to your locker room.
It's crazy then that somebody would, like, continue going into the third period with that in mind. Like, I think about this all the time. I know people have varying degrees about, like, what you should be able to say in the stands. I personally think as long as you don't get personal or use any slurs or anything like that, I think you should be able to be like, hey, you suck. You know, like,
a 10-year-old in front of me was cussing. It was hilarious.
Which is amazing. But, like, I think that should be acceptable. But, you know, once you go beyond that, like, that's problematic. But once you start infringing on the game surface, like, you have to know, or other people around you, you have to know that's not okay.
Yeah, it's really embarrassing, too. And I thought Ray Ferraro did it really well on ESPN. He said, you just paid $15 for popcorn and you're throwing it on their goaltender. And, like, really? You're getting pumped 4-0? You think that really phases them? Like, they're burying you right now. I've been a part of one game before where that's happened. Like, back in college, we had a big rival game against Minnesota. But much different circumstances where our player got drugged down from behind the net and they ended up scoring an OT goal to win. So obviously everybody was very upset. But you can imagine this is 20-year-olds and, collegiate kids, college kids that are obviously, a little under the influence and firing stuff at the ice. Obviously, much different circumstances where that game really, or the play kind of cost you the game. Still trash behavior, and you shouldn't do that. But this is like it's we're 20 minutes into the ball game here. What are we doing?
Well, and I don't remember which player it was. Is Hogg? Maybe I can't remember. Huh?
Haig.
Yeah, I think it was him. As he was coming off the ice, because I think he was one of the first off the ice in that period. He's laughing and pointing at everybody, and that I don't think that helped either. Because at that point now the fans are like, not only are you kicking us in the D right now, you're also stomping and laughing while you're doing it. That's not fun.
And we've talked about that show Beef in the past. If you haven't seen it on Netflix, we both really liked it. Is when someone engages opposite of you, it feels like everybody's IQ drops and you get more aggressive. Like, I know I do. Is like if you honk at somebody and you feel like you're justified and they honk back, then sometimes it feels like rules fly out the window, and reasonably you'd be like, you're an idiot, and move on with your life. And like, so when you see that Vegas player laughing at you and you're like, okay, well, what can I do next? Which is not responsible.
I will say this, so much Stars talk for a team down 0-3. That's why I didn't jump on the bandwagon before, just to be let down again by my team. I had a blast watching the first two series. Right now, it is not good, and you don't always win. But that's part of being a fan, is supporting and enjoying the bads or enjoying the goods. You're going to get bads. But when you find 2011, we finally got Dirk's championship, right? The most glorious thing I've ever seen across the FW. It was awesome.
I believe since the year 2000, since after that season, this is the third time the Stars have been in the Western Conference Finals. 2008, the loss to the Red Wings. You beat Vegas in 20, and now this series. Like,
it doesn't happen a lot.
I know, exactly. And so I hear what you're saying. I'm mad that they lost. Clearly, we saw the fandom was. Now we see people are frustrated and everything like that. But this was just the second time, along with 2020, in the last 15 seasons you had been this far. So I don't want to say this is why you shouldn't get involved. It sucks that they're going to lose, probably, but this has been a hell of a run.
Yeah, I mean, look at Toronto. They haven't been to one in 50 years.
Yeah.
And talk about how hungry that market is. And I said over the weekend a couple times, I'm like, this is when it's time to enjoy it. Like, you do not get to a Western Conference Final every year. This is a really hard trophy to win. Like, it's really fun to watch. Obviously, it has not been the best showing, but you got to enjoy these moments sometimes with this team because, man, it's kind of incredible what they've done in the last 5 years. We can be honest. This was a mediocre team for a while. And this was the first year that they're making some strides in the right direction where they really solidified themselves as a nice team.
Joey, I like what you're saying because here's my question. And I base it off of the Rangers. And I know, we have a short show today and we'll talk way more tomorrow. The Rangers might not be an up-and-coming team because they bought so many veterans. It doesn't mean the Rangers aren't going to be good next year or the year after, but you have to start looking at what they did to become good this year. Do you guys still feel like the Stars are an up-and-coming team? This is just the start of something and you have to go through this pain of the Western Conference Finals? Like, where do you?
This team is very close to being done.
See, I don't.
But they have a core that's very young.
Yeah.
And that's why I don't
Ben
think
era.
that.
It's interesting.
Yeah, the Ben era is almost done, but I would argue that's not the worst thing in the world because in Sagan and Ben, I know that people get mad about this, you have been carrying albatross contracts for a while. And I think you can look back at the 17 draft, right? And say, all right, so we're just 6 years removed from the 17 draft that loaded you up with talent. And I know it's more to it than just those three guys, but I think you still have plenty of time with this team, but be careful because the last time you had plenty of time with this team, you lost in the playoffs and you did not get back to that height ever. Well, in that window.
Yeah, man. There's always next year, right? Is that what you want me to roll out there, Mike?
I just think that, I guess looking at teams in a certain way, when we saw the Astros, let's say in 2015, push the Rangers, I knew as a baseball guy, this is a team ready to blossom, and they're going to be around for a little bit. And they did add, obviously, Verlander, and at one time, Garrett Cole and Zach Greinke, but you saw the core of a team going, oh, they're going to be a problem for a while.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, I get the Stars are most likely going to lose tomorrow, and the season's going to come to an end. But if you're a casual fan, it sounded like it was a casual fan who doesn't care too much about hockey and didn't want to jump on the bandwagon because they weren't going to win at all. Is it a good time to jump on going, no, this is the Houston Astros of 2015 that doesn't mean they're going to win in 16, but they are going to be around now for a good 5 years as a true Stanley Cup contender.
I think that's the case.
Ben, Heiskanen, Robertson, and Otter, they're going to be there for a long time, right? Like that's 10 years.
Yes.
So that is there. It's whether or not Jim Nill can continue to build around that and the patience of the ownership to let him continue to do that.
In that group as well.
I'm not sure what DeBoer's future is here. Look at his history. He has a 3-year run. It's about 3 years with every team. He gets them pretty deep into the playoffs all the time, but doesn't win. And so I'm kind of curious where that, what his history is going to be here, because the Stars have been rolling through coaches lately, in the last few years. So that's another thing that, you don't want to do that too much, but also I think one thing, Kevin, we walked into last night this series thinking, man, DeBoer knows this team very well. And now it looks like they know everything DeBoer is wants to do. Right. It's it felt like they were reading all the players' minds throughout that game last night. So that was rough to see too. So I am kind of curious what the build is going to be like. But DeBoer was already talking about offseason deep dives before last night's game.
Yeah, let's get that deep dive done with overtime and shootouts.
Yeah.
Let's get that done for sure. With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I just wanted to throw this out real quick is Armani Rogers with the Washington Commanders. They announced that during yesterday's OTA, he suffered a non-contact Achilles injury. And so that was one of the things that we talked about is get through OTAs, install what you're going to do, get where you're going to line people up done, or get a glimpse at where people are going to line up, but stay healthy. And there's no timetable for Rogers' return, but you wouldn't think Armani Rogers, not the other one, that he would be back anytime soon.
Well, I'll tell you this, Kevin. They did pan up to the Cowboys suite last night, where Zach Martin
lots of people there?
Hosted it. Well, lots of Cowboys players. They're big
Tyron
guys.
Smith was on crutches.
I didn't see Tyron. I did see Tyler. I saw a couple other guys up there. Dak was up there. But I'll say this. Not a single person in that arena cheered when they saw him. That's how deflated the arena was, that not even the Cowboys could get everybody excited in that moment. It was just... But everybody
was
looked
Kyrie
healthy.
there with Luka?
Everybody
looked
hanging
out, getting ready for their chemistry tour of 2024 through 2028.
No, he was not.
Oh, okay.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we can try to power rank those MLB power rankings, but also it's baseball time in Texas, and we'll talk with Jared Sandler next right here on The Fan.
All right, guys, let's talk about Men's T Clinic. I want you to visit mensteclinic.com right now, and let's reserve that.
Testing, drive till empty and refill. Now you're ready to pass your smog test. Guaranteed to pass is just that. Guaranteed. Or CRC will double your money back. That's right. That's all it takes. One bottle of CRC, guaranteed to pass emission system cleaner. Learn more at crcg2p.com. Available at your local auto parts store.
Join the G-Bag Nation tomorrow in Flower Mound at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio at 1175 Justin Road to celebrate their lowest price of the season. Enter to win a pellet smoker or test your luck to win G-Bag flags and Tolo swag.
This segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet has a Memorial Day savings you want. Just like Texas, Classic is doing its part to drive America forward. Don't miss one-time holiday savings to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Uber short show today because we got Rangers baseball coming up. Hopefully they make a far, far better accounting of themselves than the Stars. So
they did. They had a complete game. I almost said shutout.
I mean, today.
Oh, yeah.
As long as they show up, like they'll probably already ahead of the game.
Will they show up
than
for
the
crosstalk?
Stars.
I know everybody's mad about the Stars, and I get it because that meant way more than what the Rangers did again. How do they keep doing this? The Rangers keep having heartbreaking losses for us, the fans, and the players like, yeah, we'll just win the next game.
Jared, I don't know if you agree, but man, oh man, it sure does help having Eovaldi ready to just bounce out there. And he's like, yeah, maybe I'll just throw a complete game or whatever.
Yeah, that's fun. Mike, why didn't you do that more in your career? Why weren't you like, hey, I'm just going to throw a complete game today?
I did one time. And then I was like, you know
why
what?
Why didn't you do it more?
I felt like afterwards in New York, people wanted my autograph a lot, and they wanted to get to know me. And I was like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to start pitching crappy so I can go back to Norfolk, Virginia.
And I'm sure sometimes – you know, if you extended your game, like when the Mavs were on the West Coast, if you got out in the 6th, you could at least catch, you know, maybe the first half or whatever. But if you were pitching the 7th, 8th, and 9th, you were going to miss the first half of the Mavs game.
Yeah. So, yeah, that was my plan, too. I was like, you know what? They're playing in the playoffs tonight. Can I not pitch? And they're like, yeah, you know what? That's a good idea. You don't pitch.
That makes sense. Well, thankfully, Nathan Eovaldi's not a Stars fan. He didn't mind being in the game while the Stars were just falling apart last night.
Yes, I mean, the Stars minded being in that game. So...
Golly, no kidding.
All right. And so Nate Lowe said this, I mean, it was a few days ago now, or a little bit of a ways back, actually, is he said, if we're not in contention coming down the stretch, meaning the Rangers, I would be very, very surprised and would say that something has gone horribly wrong. And the cool thing I think about that is, first of all, he clearly believes that. I'm guessing the entire clubhouse believes that. And now a lot of the fan base believes that as well.
Yeah, and I spoke to Nate about it yesterday. We recorded another episode of the Straight Up Texas podcast, which I believe can be found on a variety of platforms, including the Odyssey website for our beloved 105.3 The Fan. And, you know, some of what he said got taken out of context because everyone frames it like, oh, he's guaranteeing a division win. And
which I did not take it as that, yeah.
Right. It didn't seem like it based on the question, which I know he certainly appreciates. But all he said was like, yeah, we're in first place right now. I do think we can win the division. And if you're on a team and you don't feel that way, then what are you really doing? You know, it's not like 2 years ago where this team was headed towards a 100-loss season. And, yeah, he really does believe it. And, you know, I've had some candid conversations with him over the last few years. And, you know, he's a very honest guy. And I will tell you that he did not say that last year. You know, it's not like there's some guys who every year, oh, yeah, no, we can do it. We're going to do it. And, you know, I think he's been very aware of where this team has been the last couple years. And in spring training this year, he looked at me and he said, dude, this lineup is special. And I was like, yeah, no, I agree. I think the lineup's better than what people are giving, you know, the lineup credit for. It's like, no, like this lineup is really good. And he talked about Zeke and he talked about Josh Young and some of the guys who he probably had as, you know, question marks, just not sure. And I mean, he's been right. You know, this lineup's been great, and he really does believe. And he's not alone in that clubhouse. You know, I had Robbie Grossman the other day tell me that this clubhouse has a similar feel to it as those Oakland A's clubhouses in 19 and 20 when the A's were really, really good. And I think there is a lot of belief that this team can do some fun things this year internally. And I think it's a reason why, despite the fact this bullpen has been a mess, they haven't collapsed as a group. I think they just show up and are like, oh, all right, fine, we'll win tomorrow. We're fine with it. You know, this will get sorted out. And I think to some degree that clubhouse chemistry and feel and whatnot is a part of that.
Overrated, underrated, a pile of fries on your sandwich.
So here's what I like about the way they did it yesterday. The sauce, I don't know if there's like some honey component to it, but there's a stickiness to it to where the fries just stay on it. Like I don't like it when the fries are loose and the minute you take a bite, they start falling off. But here, there was a little bit of that, which was fine, but there was enough stickiness to where some of the fries would stay on when I'd eat that Primanti Brothers sandwich. So I'm okay with it if that's the case, but if I'm having to like constantly put them back on the sandwich, that to me is like I'm putting in way too much work for what I'm getting here.
They glued the fries to the sandwich. That's like Elmer's.
No, I just think that, like, whatever the combination of sauces, I mean, it can't just be like a Russian dressing or Thousand Island. There had to have been some sort of a glaze or a honey type of, I don't know.
Okay.
Like, I don't ever have a sandwich and like, you know what would make this sandwich a lot better is if fries were stuffed in the middle. But, like, if I don't have to work to put the fries on the sandwich and they're just there, that's cool.
Dude, that's what I'm I was told about the Primanti Brothers sandwiches long ago, and I've always wanted to try it. I'm glad you got that opportunity, Jared. I'm kind of looking at Josh Young's year, and you were talking
to be rookie of the year.
Yeah, that's what I was about to ask. Like, this dude he looks like he's lining up for rookie of the year, and you were talking about how casual this kind of lineup feels. That they are good. And I wonder how much the surrounding part of the lineup helps him just fit in. And, I mean, he's doing work. He's living up to more than we expected from this guy right now.
Yeah, I do think it helps. I would say, though, you know, he's sitting fifth in the lineup.
Yep.
You know, and so it's not like they're hiding him hitting seventh or eighth where sometimes you'll put a guy in his spot and he's come up with some big hits, and what's really stood out to me about Josh, it's not that he's leading all rookies in home runs or leading all rookies in RBIs. That stuff is impressive. But this guy is a very good two-strike hitter. He's been one of the best in the league, and he's a very good hitter when he falls behind in the count 0-2. And those are things that if there are guys who tend to, have better than league average numbers, not rookies, rarely is it a rookie. And Josh Young, last night his home run was on 0-2. He had another two-strike hit. He's just been really good all year in two-strike counts. And then once the count gets to 0-2, from that point moving forward, he's been way better than league average. And that, to me, has been really impressive.
Now, one of the other things or I guess two of the other things that have been impressive is Leote, and you already mentioned Duran. So what have you seen, I guess, specifically this month, as opposed to the way the season started for Leote?
Well, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but similar to Josh Young, Leote's been a near 300 hitter with two strikes. And, in the last couple years, if he got down in the count 0-1, you didn't feel great. And if he got down in the count 0-2, you'd see you later.
Yeah.
It was like you'd be lucky if there was a second pitch after that. It'd be three pitches and he's done. He just looks so much more comfortable. Now, from a mechanical standpoint, I spoke to Tim Hires about Leote the other day, and he was saying, when he gets in trouble, he gets very rotational with his lower half, and his body's just kind of all over the place. And so I think he's a lot more quiet with his stance. But just from like a numbers standpoint, his ability to compete with two strikes has been so much better this year than in years past.
All right, I'm going to put you on the spot here. I know this is not an easy question right now. The Rangers are up 4-2 today after 6 innings.
Oh, no.
Who are you putting in the 7th and the 8th inning? I know a lot of it matters where you're at in the lineup, but let's just say you're going to face hitters. Who would you think the 7th and the 8th inning we go to today?
I some combination of Spores and Burke. I'd like to see Burke now that his velocity's ticked back up. Spores was not good his last time, but again, his stuff is just too good, and there aren't really great options. And then Will Smith in the 9th. I think I'd rather save Jonathan Hernandez right now for a lower leverage spot.
Do you think we're going to win that game in that exact scenario that Mike set up?
You know what? Odds are that they're due 1. So, yeah, let's I'll think confidently here and say, yes, they will.
That's the spirit.
I'd also be cool if they just got up 10-0.
Yeah,
that'd be nice.
Me too.
Yeah,
Even though we've seen in some of those situations, perhaps we still have pitchers that don't do well in low leverage situations.
I am curious about this because we were going through it with Martin, and he kind of looked like he was in a weird place. But Jared, he found it in the last game. What's he doing different? Did he just saying, "Hey, I'm hitting my spots better"?
Yeah, so Ramon De Jesus is the home plate umpire his last start, and he had an incredibly large zone, and Martin, like a veteran, played to that and took advantage of it. What's really been interesting for me about Martin is that he's been getting his outs in the air way more than on the ground relative to years past. He's always been a huge ground ball guy. And, his last start was a lot of weak contact in the air, so it's not like a lot of warning track shots that you feel you got lucky with. So I'm curious to see what it looks like. He has not been very good in the day this year. He's been much better at night, but hopefully he can turn things around in the day here with this start this afternoon.
Appreciate it very much. Good, sir. We'll catch up with you later.
See you, fellas.
All right, we got
last thing I have to say real quick, okay, because we got to go, is I'm still right. The Oakland Athletics haven't won a game since I said they might not win another one the rest of the year.
And then, Corey, what's the fine coming in for Max Domi?
Yeah, Max Domi's fined $5,000, the maximum allowable under the CBA for slashing Mark Stone last night. So Mark Stone drew all the stars off sides last night. All of them. Ben gets his on Stone, and so does Domi.
Yeah.
Used to be Harry Carey's guy.
And we'll see what happens with Jamie Benn in front of the Hockey Tribunal of Justice. And then I just wanted to remind everybody, I know we're about to go off the air to get ready for Rangers Pirates, but me and Zach will be doing the alternate broadcast for the first hour or so on the app if you want to check that out.
Awesome.
Otherwise, we'll be back tomorrow, KNC, a full show, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Don't cross-check the face.
We have you covered, Stars fans, with exclusive content from 2 times.